Ah, I have silence. Great. Did not realize I was muted, but we're in it now. We have started off. I was talking a little bit there about how this matchup is traditionally pretty hard for the dash player. Dromai builds up quite a bit of dragons, and due to the mechanic of boost, um, trying to clear a dragon with an attack action for dash is pretty inefficient. You're going to lose 2 cards because you're boosting one, and then you'll usually fatigue before you can finish the game off. So dashes usually go pistol plan into Dromai and just try to pop dragons and clear dragons with pistol. And it does make it, if you do that way, a pretty close matchup, I'd say. So I think we're in for a good time. Uh, we've got what looks like maybe a more red line Dromai from Stefan over here. We've got E-Strike go again. E-Strike is, I don't think, played as much in the big dragon list. I may be wrong there. We do have, hopefully, a much clearer image quality today. And that's a pretty good turn. He just went Chromai. Chromai got popped, but he gets that action point back into Easter egg go again into Passing Mirage. So fairly strong turn all around. Sander certainly is just trying to set up some items here, put some counters on his weapons, and then gonna shoot this Passing Mirage. He's probably got 6, 7, or 8, maybe even more poppers in his deck. So letting this Passing Mirage stick around is maybe a bit too much. Interesting. Okay, he actually, I think he is coming in with a boost attack here for 6 go again. I mean, you can throw us through a few of these in. I feel like this would have been better as a popper, but I suppose he didn't get that opportunity. Interesting though. Maybe he's trying to mix the boost in with the items. I certainly don't play dash as much and don't know this matchup, so maybe you just need to keep that pressure in. Obviously going to clear that Passing Mirage. Can't let that stick around, especially with how many poppers he's running. And I think he's also just holding a card after arsenaling too, so didn't have a ton he could do that turn. Maybe he doesn't want to boost too much, because like we said, you can definitely deck yourself against a Dromai by boosting your cards all the way. Now we've got Mirror Guy, which is going to be one of the better dragons for Stefan here in this matchup. Dash plays quite a lot of poppers, and Mirror Guy is really going to just say, no, you're going to have to hit this for 4. Dash can hit it for 4, obviously, just by shooting it twice with pistol, but still quite good. And then we've got Dust Up, which is a very efficient attack, and is going to demand 2 cards or a card in equipment here. And it's going to get a card in an equipment. Totally fine trade for Stefan. Faster the equipment's gone, the faster his on-hits matter. And we just realized we missed Wave of Reality. Wave of Reality should have popped, given him 1 more life as soon as he got hit earlier, and then he should have a Spectral Shield right now. So I think both of the optional resolutions are fine here. He can either just have it happen, gain a life, get a Spectral Shield that doesn't change the gameplay really at all, or it can just not pop and pop later. It's up to the judge which one's going to happen. I actually don't know the correct ruling, but I do think, to be honest, either one of those is completely fine. I don't think either is going to have a long-term impact on the game, if I'm being honest with you. Hope everyone's having a great day. Hope the image quality is a bit better so far. I know we kind of hopped into it and also hopped into it with my mic muted for a little bit, but now we're getting going here. I think these might both be Amsterdam locals of mine. I know Stefan personally. He's a great guy. I think Sander's a Amsterdam local too. I haven't met him as much, but both very lovely people from when I do talk to them. I think if we were on Boost Dash here, this would be a pretty done and dusted game. I don't think it would last too long, since Boost Dash is really bad into Dromai, but there's no reason to go that. You basically always want to go items into Dromai, and you can see I think we had a turn 0 Plasma Purifier there. So we are already going items. Seems like we're still waiting on that judge call here. Want to make sure that we get that ruling correct on if Wave of Reality should be activated pro or retroactively, or should stick around. Like I said, I think both players know, and I think most people would agree, it really isn't going to impact the game too much. He can't attack with that Spectral Shield. It's just damage blocking. Dromai just plays it to basically have 2 extra life on their arm piece, so it really doesn't matter too much for the long-term impact of the game. This is not like missing a pummel or something. It's not that big of a judge call, but, you know, don't want to get it wrong, so we're checking in there. Maybe Stefan has something important he can do with that Spectral Shield. I don't think so. Thanks everyone for coming in. Have 6 rounds of Classic Constructed today. We're going to start off with the last 3 rounds of Swiss for this event. Rounds 10, 11, and 12 are all Classic Constructed. And then we've got top 8, which will be starting at 1:15 local time. Looks like we've got that judge call coming back. We will see together what's happening with this Wave of Reality. The worst call to me is if it's supposed to activate and not give him the life. I mean, it's not like a May, right? It should just be either giving him a life in a Spectral Shield or not giving him a life in a Spectral Shield and sticking around. I mean, it's almost effectively the same thing as forgetting to write down life, because it's just life. But we're going to wait and see what happens here. Typically, this matchup is a bit Dromai favored. But I do think if Sander can get out enough items, he'll eventually take the lead. It really depends on... Basically, it's kind of almost a permanent race. Permanent race in terms of who's getting permanents out faster onto the board. If the items come out faster, Sander will likely take it. If the dragons come out faster, Stefan will likely take it. I'm oversimplifying quite a bit here, but it really is a race to see who can get their dragons or items, their permanents out on the board first. I'm really not sure why this is a complicated judge call. I feel like you can just say, yes, the Wave of Reality activates, or no, the Wave of Reality doesn't activate. But I'm not a judge, so I can't talk too much. Definitely not my sphere of influence. I think we're just trying to decide if Ward 1 is supposed to go off when he got hit last turn. Which you would think it would just say, okay, yeah, Ward 1 should have gone off. He has 1 more life, and he has a Spectral Shield. Or it's a mistrigger. Ward 1 did not go off. Wave of Reality is still around. Okay, it's activating. He's getting the life. He's getting the Spectral Shield. That is probably what I would have said should have happened too. Can't miss the Ward 1. It's not even what I would call a beneficial trigger, because if I was Stefan, I maybe would want to hold on to it. So I think you should just make it happen. Sorry about the delay on that. Going to the next round, though. So we do have the Mirror guy out. Sander is once again going to want to clear that. He is a deck that plays a lot of poppers, and he has the perfect answer. Combustible Courier attacks for 4 go again here as the red, and it's going to have a pretty relevant on-hit of giving his next boost attack +3. So this is a massive turn from Sander, actually, going 4 with an on-hit, clearing the Mirror guy into 7 go again off of this 0 to 60. I mean, even if this isn't developing his item plan, it is very, very efficiently dealing with what Stefan has developed. And since it's enough damage, it's actually just going to take some really relevant dragons from Stefan's hand. I think he blocks with Kyloria and Mirror Guy. 2 very good dragons. And then I think we're just shooting with pistol for 2. And that's all she wrote for that turn, getting an arsenal at the end there. Not developing the item plan like we said, but still, I mean, dealing quite a mass amount of of damage and answering that mirror guy perfectly. Now we've got Kyloria coming in and then just getting popped. Yeah, I mean this feels rough for Stefan so far. These dragons are getting answered so well, whether it's from getting attacked with a combustible courier red or getting popped. Feels like he's having a lot of trouble developing a board state. And then we get another item out. So we are pitching to put some steam counters on our items, and then Spark of Genius just to get another item. This is losing quite a bit of tempo, right? We're letting Stefan keep all 4 of his cards. But the most important thing for Sander is getting these items. So the fact that he has a second Plasma Purifier, I think he really only needs maybe the 3 Plasma Purifiers and the 2 Induction Chambers. I mean, I'm sure he would like to have all 3 of each, but I think the most important thing is the 3 Plasma and the 2 Induction Chambers. And so he's pretty close to it already. He needs 1 more Plasma Purifier and 1 more Induction Chamber. Then he'll be in business. So while this does lose quite a bit of tempo by not attacking or threatening any damage this turn, the items are the most important part. Then just drawing right back up. And we'll have to see how much Stefan can really develop with these 4 cards that he got to keep all of here. Starting with the Sweeping Blow, pitching Levia. Likely the red, so attacking for 3 go again, but notably getting him 2 Ash, 1 from the attack itself and 1 from the pitch. Dromai does have kind of 2 phases. First phase of the game is developing a substantial amount of Ash. The second phase is using that Ash to quickly develop a massive board state. And it looks like Stefan's at what looks like 3 or 4 Ash right now. And then pitching another red to get another Ash and playing this Miraging Metamorph. I think his opponent reminded him to get the Ash, which is very, very nice of Sander. I think these guys are friends. And then we've got 7. The pop effect doesn't matter too much here. There's no auras that he's going to copy. I don't think he even has cards in hand to play one as an instant. But 7 is no laughing matter. Seems like Sander could pretty efficiently just throw 6 in front of this. He might just be deciding what 6 he wants. And see what happens next. I don't think he needs to keep that many cards. I mean, he's not going for the boost game plan here. Maybe he just has an incredible hand when it comes to boosting. He doesn't want to give too many. Yeah, so he's actually only just going to block for 3, take 4. His hand must be quite good. Yeah, that life counter is going to fight us a little today again. Maybe I need to switch back to Fab Life. And we've got boosting again. Yeah, so we've got a what looks like a yellow, maybe? I can't tell if that's a yellow or red zipper hit. It was a yellow, yep. So taking 1. Blocking with MI. We've got 2 floating after pitching that Teklo core. Quite a lot he can do with that floating, obviously. We've got plenty of items on the board for him to activate, put steam counters on, shoot the pistol. And he still has an item in hand. So he's going to load both of the plasma purifiers with the 2 floating, and then play a Teklo core. So a bit of a setup turn. He's got all of his items Kirby fully loaded, and then we've got a Teklo core. So, I mean, he's ready to have a pretty strong turn next turn, but once again, he did not put any pressure in particular on Stefan, so Stefan's just going to get to play this Rake the Embers here. I think also pitching a Rake the Embers. This will make him end up going down 1 total Ash and getting 3 Ash rings. Are we really putting the Ash under each one? That's impressive. He must have that massive stack of tokens. He's not cheating, though. He's playing those rules right. It looks like we've got an Invoke as Volai. So, I mean, developing by numbers quite a lot of dragons. Obviously, none of them expensive dragons, but lots of dragons nonetheless. And the go wide aspect of the dragons is the most important part when it comes to them against Dash. Because Dash has poppers, but does not have a ton of ways that they like to shoot the dragons out. But does have the popper for that first Ash Ring and just going to stop all of this damage coming in. Starting off, I think we've got a high octane. 7.2 instead of 6.2. I think you're probably right. Both 7.2. Yeah, they are 7.2. Sorry, I had forgotten to update that. Get that updated in just a second here. Alright, that is updated. And now we've got a high octane turn coming in from Sander. And we have another combustible courier just getting its full benefit by, almost full benefit. It's hitting that Asvoli, going to clear it and give +3 to his next boost card. And then we've got another one of the red 0 to 60s coming in right after the red combustible courier, just lining up perfectly again for Sander. This is going to be a 0 for 7, basically, which is just the most insane rate. And Stefan's in a bit of a bind here. He doesn't want to just start taking a bunch of damage unnecessarily. Dromai's a more defensive deck, but he needs to develop his board state at the same time. It's going to be hard for him to choose between developing board state and blocking. And Sander just kind of has it all here. He has the high octane into the perfect combustible courier, into the 0 to 60, still has floating, still has all his items ready to go. I mean, he's almost certainly activating both of those plasma purifiers and then shooting pistol multiple times for 4 this turn with those extra action points. He has 2 extra action points right now from that from that high octane, sorry. Yep, we're gonna activate both of those plasma purifiers. Pistol's up to 4. Shooting for 4. We've got 2 action points left. Should use a resource, but I don't think he's moved his resource counter yet. But he can shoot the pistol all 3 times for how many action points he has, because he has Teklo Foundry Heart. His chest piece still is hanging around. And I haven't seen any non-mech cards in the deck yet. So even if he is on the more item-heavy game plan, I do think he is still all mech cards, so he'll be able to activate that, get the extra resource, and come in for 12 on this pistol. I mean, with the 4, the 4 was shot at the Asvoli with the combustible courier, but it's the 7 after that plus 12. He's still threatening 19 damage this turn, in addition to clearing that Asvoli. Quite relevant. 19 damage and clearing a dragon. Pretty strong turn from Sander overall. And while I was starting this off saying it was a hard matchup for Dash, this is certainly the way to win it. Gonna use another resource. I might be mistaken, but I thought he was at 2 resources when he started shooting. Oh, I apologize. I think pistol already had a counter on it. I always forget that pistol can keep its resource for later. Not a traditional flesh and blood weapon. So I think the pistol already had a counter, so he actually doesn't even need to use the Teklo Foundry Heart here, because he has the counter from previous turns on the pistol, and he just needs to use 2 to shoot it the 2 extra times. Stefan's got quite a choice here. Does he want to take... He took the first 4. He's got 2 more shots for 4 coming in, and he's got to really decide, am I going to be blocking these and just bleeding 1 each? Or do I want to start taking some damage to really develop these dragons? He's got 2 dragons hanging around, so he will get to attack for at least 1 next turn. I think he would have rather attacked for more than that. The Burn Them All is a decent card, but I do think it's probably fine to block with here. Dash still has Arcane Barrier 1, so even if you have the Burn Them All, it might shoot him a few times with arcane damage, but it's not going to end up actually doing too much. I do see a 50 euros at the top of the table. Maybe we got some money on this match. Who do you all have your money on? What quality is the stream coming to you all as? We get 1080p, 720p. I'm not sure what it's streaming as. Hopefully it's clear. On my end, obviously it looks pretty clear, but I'm not sure how it looks on your end. Just have another pistol shot. He has that extra blue, it looks like, so he gets another pistol shot because of that induction chamber. So actually not threatening 19, threatening 23 this turn. I think Stefan just says, I don't want to take any more damage. Here's a passing mirage. I'm not sure I love blocking with the passing mirage, but I don't love taking 4 either. And he's just going to attack for 1 and pass on his turn. And that was just an incredible turn from Sander. He's got all engines firing here. That Teklo core plus all the items already set up. Looks like it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle from Stefan. For Stefan. I think Sander may be checking maybe how many poppers he has left. We have seen quite a few. I think we've seen 1 or 2 red throttles. I think we've seen 2 max velocities. He's certainly churning through those poppers. Maybe deciding is it better to attack with this popper or pop with it. But ended up saying, it's just 1 damage, I'll take it. Let's see what we got here. So Sanders starting with those 2 resources. I think he's just going to clear some dragons. Maybe this turn's a bit weaker. I think he shot with one of the floating he had. Added Ashwing. He's going to use the other floating to reload. These are from the Teklo core. He's pitching to reload them. And then he's just going to pitch and play a Teklo Pounder. A bit of a setup turn after a massive turn, but it does seem that's typically what Dash is going to be wanting to do here. Set up with some items, and then just slam them. Thank you. It might be a little smudged. Yeah, I can maybe go try to wipe it down a little after this one. Just making sure that the stream is actually being uploaded to YouTube at a good enough definition. In my YouTube dashboard, it looks like it's only 360p, but I'm hoping it's higher than that in actual YouTube. Alright, so we've got quite a bit of setup coming from Sanders' side, but because of that setup, Stefan is able to actually put some tempo back. Attacking with that sweeping blow, getting 2 Ash from that. Playing an Asvolai, getting to attack with that too. 2 physical and 1 arcane. We've got an Ashwing in the back as well. I also see a payload banished from Sanders, so it looks like we've got quite a bit of poppers gone. I think we maybe have seen 5 poppers gone. We got that Ashwing for 1. So while we are getting in quite a bit of damage here from Stefan, now we've got that Dust Up, which is probably going to take a 3 block plus the 1 block on the chest piece here. We are getting quite a bit of value from Stefan's side. You do have to note how much Sander has on his crackback turn. He's only blocked with 1 card this turn, so he's got 4 cards still to work with. And he's got a Teklo Pounder, and he's got all his items set up. He's going to do what we thought, though, 3 block plus 1 block on equipment, which is going to mean he only has 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal to work with, but the amount of permanence he has is quite insane. 2 loaded plasma purifiers, a loaded induction chamber and pistol, and the full counters on that Teklo Pounder. Yeah, I do think We'll try to see if we can get that autofocus off after this. Seems to just be getting worse each game. The autofocus just really likes to look at those moving hands. So we're going to start with a boost. Tackle Pounder will activate, making this what looks like his last red 0 to 60 into a 0 for 6. Looks like we're going to block 3. Probably taking... Oh, not 3. Certainly not a blue 0 to 60 then. He just took 1, so it had to have been a blue. Sorry, it has to have been a blue 0 to 60 and not a red one, right? Looks like we activated 1 Plasma Purifier. I'm a bit confused on choice on which ones were loading and which ones were not. Maybe he just wanted to keep everything loaded and he just counted how many resources he have. I don't think he needed to load it or not. He just wanted to clear both those ash wings and could have activated it if he wanted to. But we've got everything fully loaded again. We've got the Teklo Pounder still waiting. It was a bit of a slower turn. He just attacked for 4 and then cleared the ash wings, but clearing the board is important. His board can't be cleared, so it's certainly an advantage he has where he can clear the dragons and then his items get to stay. Stefan is building up a decent amount of ash, though. I think he's at 3 ash. So if he ever does see a pretty heavy dragon hand, if he can get second cycle into a few 0 and 1 cost dragons, we will potentially see a pretty solid tempo swing. It does seem like Sander has a bit of a lead right now, though, with all of these items out. I think starting with a turn 0 Plasma Purifier is exactly what he wanted to see. Looks like we're starting with a Necria, which is a bit scary. Poppers could be around, and we've got to burn them all. Burn them all's totally fine here. It's better in the late game. And we're kind of in the mid to late game. So it's going to be getting at least some arcane damage in. We got 1 damage in there. Now we've got the Necria. This is certainly a scary position for Stefan. Really thinking, if he has a popper, this could be one of the worst turns for me. If he doesn't have a popper, this could be potentially one of the best plays for me. Really a lot riding on Sander not having the popper, and to be fair, it doesn't look like he does. I mean, he would just slam the popper down if he has it. He's thinking quite a lot, so I mean, he might just be blocking 3 and taking the 1 and giving Stefan the ash. And he is. I mean, that's very ideal for Stefan. Getting a card, dealing a damage, and getting an ash when it hits. So not even going, basically now this Necria is ash neutral. Very solid turn from Stefan. Obviously, we do know Standard's got quite a bit to crack back with. But I don't think Stefan is not upset at all about that turn. We did see him just draw a Tomotai. Not sure exactly how relevant Tomotai is into Dash. I mean, her equipment are all solid. It's never bad to take an equipment, but I don't think any of it's, going to win or lose the game. All right, so he is saying he has to declare the target first before he gets to see, before anything else happens. So he's attacking Necria. He's getting the buff from Teklo Pounder. It's going to clear that. Stefan will get Nash. And we've got BIOS update into T-Bone. And we're banishing some pretty strong cards, actually, from this boost. We just banished a max velocity, I think, or maybe it was a payload. We banished a popper, and we banished a high octane. So while there's, these boost cards are coming in for quite a lot, we aren't seeing... we're losing a lot of our power cards. Oh, we just gained him some life. So we did grab an equipment with the T-Bone. Stefan doesn't really have equipment that he can just throw in front of it for free. So eventually he might lose this Flamescale Furnace from the T-Bones. But for now, he just gets to block with it on it. Sander's clearing the board pretty effectively, but he's kind of slowing down in terms of what he's threatening. I think he really needs to find these last 2 items, the last purifier and everything. Stefan's going to play the Tomultai, pitching a blue and 2 red, so he is actually going to go 1 ash positive on this. Like I said, Tomultai is a strong dragon, but it's not. None of the items are particularly backbreaking for Sander to lose. I think if I find 2 reds, I would hit the Crown of Providence because it basically deals 2 extra. Yeah, I'm hitting the Crown of Providence here, I think. That is the best value play in the end. Obviously, the Heart is pretty strong, but he's already blocked with it for 3. And he's not going to want to use it that often. He's actually going to go for the boots. I do like this play. I think that's the second best choice. Because he has Burn Them All out, he's got Burn Them All still coming, and now he's got Unpreventable Arcane every turn. If he finds that second Burn Them All, the Burn Them Alls might win him the game. So, I mean, I think maybe the Achilles is the better pick there. If you're just trying to get just straight value, the Crown of Providence is just dealing 2 extra damage, basically, but I really like the Achilles pick. I know we've blocked, I believe, with 1 Burn Them All, but I think we might have our second one still around. And with how much, I mean, if we're looking at how massive Stefan's graveyard is, I wouldn't be surprised for him to deal 18 Arcane this game. I mean, it's certainly a possibility. It's not out of the ballpark a possibility for him to deal 18 Arcane and kill Sander here with this Burn Them All, plus if he finds a second one. Oh, and that is a very strong second cycle from Stefan. I don't know if you saw that draw up, but it looks like we just saw Ravenous Rabble, Chromai, and a Yenderai. Obviously, we're going to have a pretty strong attacking turn from Sander here, but the amount of Ash Stefan has in 22 life, I would be very tempted just to take whatever Sander throws. It's straight damage, and then just threaten just a ton of damage. I mean, he doesn't need to not block with that Sync Blow because he wants to pitch it for the Yenderai, but, you know, Sander has to clear this Tomultai here, so he's going to be throwing a lot of damage at that Tomultai and not as much at Stefan's face. If I was Stefan, I'm likely not blocking at all this turn. It's time to put the foot on the gas, as they say. Oh, but I do think he's going to give him the Sink below. Maybe not wanting to be as aggressive yet. Now he can't really play that Yenderai either. The Tomultai is going to eat a Throttle. Tomultai getting quite a lot of value here, clearing out the Arcane Barrier, attacking for 5, and essentially blocking 5. That's a 10 life point swing plus an equipment. And now Stefan is starting to take some of this damage. I think he's taking the 4 here from the first shot. And then we've got maybe another pistol shot coming in after. Got the Ravenous Rabble, and he hits the blue. That certainly feels bad. Just attacking for 2 here. I mean, Sander's definitely going to take that. Yeah, this turn feels a lot worse than it could have been, because now he can't play the Yenderai either, because he blocked with that Sink below. Might just be playing Chromai, attacking with that and arsenaling the Yenderai. I do think if we're blocking with the Sink below, we should be blocking with the Yenderai as well, maybe. But I maybe would have liked to see him keep all the cards and just throw it. We're seeing the Chromai. Seems like an obvious play just to keep the tempo up. You need to get Burn Them All shooting for an Arcane here. Did we get the... Okay, I think he was at 16, so I'm pretty sure we got the Arcane in. I was just worried about that for a second. Okay, Burn Them All getting some good value. Arsenaling and Yenderai. It is nice to maybe stagger those dragons. Could be one advantage of keeping that Yenderai so that Burn Them All will continue to get damage in. Now we've got a combustible courier for 6 using those Goliath gauntlets. This is almost 100% going to get blocked out. Way too much value. Otherwise, sorry, is he taking it actually? Oof. I would have thrown that Crown of Providence in front of that for sure. So now combustible courier hit, giving his next boost attack +3. We've got another 0 to 60 coming in for quite a lot of damage here. I think we're throwing a sweeping blow in front of it. We're taking quite a bit of damage this turn, so now we're down to 14. Pistol is taking out that Chromai, and I think we're passing and just going to put that last card in Arsenal. Stefan's still doing pretty okay. I do think he's still got quite a lot of potential to take this game. I think as long as we have another Burn Them All in deck, which I can't tell you 100% we do, but as long as we have another Burn Them All in deck, we will expect to see maybe lethal just dealt through Arcane. The Tomotai taking out the Achilles is pretty relevant. He's going to put both his dragons out. There is some advantage to staggering them so that you can always keep Burn Them All going, but maybe he has enough dragons in deck still where he's not worried about missing one, which I think is totally fair. He is mostly dragons. And this is quite a strong turn. I mean, he had quite a bit of Ash built up, so playing both of these 1-cost dragons without pitching a red is totally fine. I think he had maybe 4 Ash, so now he's down to 2. But he's getting some really strong attacks in. Kyloria, obviously one of the stronger dragons, because if it hits, he takes an item. The draw card actually not as relevant in this matchup. While the draw card is usually insanely powerful, here stealing an item is even better. I mean, taking an induction chamber or even taking a plasma purifier is just completely backbreaking. Sander has to give this 2 cards. He has no other choice. His only option is to give it 2 cards. Just incredibly strong play. You don't realize how good Kyloria is into dash until you see this. There's no other viable option except giving it 2 cards. If you take the 4 and lose an item, you almost have a 0% chance of winning that. So he would need to have a popper, and he would be slamming that down if he had it. I'm not sure if he's taken the Arcane yet from Burn Them All. I think Stefan might have forgotten it, or we're just not there yet. Should be a Burn Them All trigger. Maybe before Standard decides on blocks, we can point at this Burn Them All. Does look like Standard's deck's getting a little thin, although maybe still 20 cards or so in there. But the boosting is definitely taking its toll a little. Can we point to that Burn Them All, please, Stefan? Tap it. No blocks have been declared yet. Tap that Burn Them All. No? Okay. Well, this Kyloria is going to take 2 cards from Sander. Like I said, I don't think he has any other choice. Although he actually, I mean, the amount he's thinking on it, it seems like he was deciding, hey, maybe I'll take it. Okay, we did get the Burn Them All. 1 damage in. He has no say about that. Oh my god, is he taking the 4? I guess his hand was just too valuable. He couldn't decide otherwise. So we're taking, I think Induction Chamber is the best option at the moment. If you had 2 Induction Chambers, I would probably rather take a Plasma Purifier, actually. But with only 1 Induction Chamber, this halves the amount of damage that Sander can do. Incredible. I mean, I really did not expect that Kyloria to connect. His hand must be insanely strong. And then we're also hitting for 3 with the Ender Eye. All the way down to 4. So unless Sander can really just present lethal, I'm not sure what else is going to happen here. We do have a high octane turn. I think the high octane was from Arsenal, so he still has 4 cards in hand? 3 cards in hand? 1 pitch plus, yeah, so we had 4 cards, some number of cards in hand, but we've got the boost coming in, and he does have the 2 Plasma Purifiers still, so it is going to hit for quite a lot. But unless he's clearing dragons, I'm pretty sure Stefan can just block for 12, be at a pretty healthy life total. He still has 3 equipment block left. I mean, he can block for maybe up to 15 here. I think he has all dragons in hands. So with 15 block potential, plus 14 life, I mean, I think it's unlikely Sander's going to threaten 30 this turn and be able to kill him. And then that's saying if not, that's not even considering if Sander avoids the dragons. But if he's doing that, Stefan can just attack with Kylori again next turn. So not only does Sander, you know, have to present a bunch of damage, but he also have to clear dragons. This looked very favored for Sander for maybe the entire mid game. And now as soon as that Kyloria and Yendrai both got played on the same turn and the Kyloria connected, it's looking a little rough for Sander actually. He went to 4, lost one of his most important items. I mean, it really went from 60 to 0 for him. I gotta stop with these dash puns. Alright, so I do expect to see Stefan continue to block this out. No reason to just take damage at this point. He's not gonna die, very likely, this turn. I do think we're gonna get quite a lot of damage with the pistol. Blocking with our last card here, the E-Strike taking 1. I mean, he is going to go to almost dead. But I think he's keeping his dragons, which will be pretty scary. Is he dead? No. No, he's not. Okay, I was going to say, there's no way I did that math wrong at the beginning. I was like, he can't deal 30 damage this turn. That would be absurd. Stefan had 15 block plus 14 life. Standard would have had to threaten 30. That's just not very common with Dash. So, no dragons cleared. Stefan gets to attack with the Kyloria, deal the arcane damage. Okay, so Stefan is a bit lower than we thought. He's at 3. But there is an arcane damage coming from Stefan at Sander. Kyloria is going to get traded with a Popper. But because we got that arcane damage in, Sander's only got 3 turns left. And 3 turns is... I mean, he has to kill Stefan in 3 turns. He has no other option. And if he doesn't clear... If he doesn't kill Stefan here or clear the Yenderai is going to attack and deal another arcane. So, I mean, he has only one choice here, which is killing Stefan within the next 3 turns. And he's down to only 3 cards in this hand because he just popped, so it's almost impossible for him to even hit Stefan at all this turn. When you have 3 cards and your opponent has 4, it's very hard to deal damage to them. So his best play might just be clearing the Yenderai, but that, to be honest, doesn't feel great either. We got a T-Bone. Stefan has no equipment, so that text is not very relevant. And I expect it to grab, instead of an equipment, it's going to grab a card from Stefan's hand. Stefan has almost no reason to take damage here, but he is. Oh, it's a blue, so he's just dealing 1. Maybe not worth trading a card for 1 damage. Now we've got 4s coming in, but just 1 4. Just 1 4 because there's no induction chamber to give it go again, which is why grabbing that card was so important. Stefan can just block all 4, give him 2 cards. I don't think he's even clearing the Yenderai here, so I mean, this seems almost over for Sander at this point. We're going to give him 2 cards. Really do have to preserve life total when you're at 2. So I do have to overblock a little there, but I mean, I think we've got a Ravenous Rabble in hand. And to be fair, even if this is only for 2, it's pretty relevant. But it's for 4. So not only do we have a 4 go again, we're going to have another 4 after in the form of 1 Arcane plus 3 on the Yenderai, which is also incredibly relevant because the 1 Arcane, the unblockable Arcane is going to finish Sander off if Sander can't kill Stefan. If the physical is not going to finish him off already. And now the Arcane's going to finish him off even faster because he's blocking 3 and taking 1, which is the most efficient block. My life total counter is fighting the players. I definitely need to switch that one out. And we're going to take the 1 and block 3 with the T-Bone. I mean, Sander only has 2 cards left in hand. I'm not confident that he can kill Stefan here. He has to kill... Well, he has a card in Arsenal. He has 3 cards where he has to kill Stefan. He has it 1, by the way. I think, because of the arcane damage. So no matter what, he'll be dead next turn, as long as a dragon can be resolved from Stefan's side. We do see an item banished, although at this point it doesn't quite matter. If Stefan's looking, he just needs to be super safe, block with his whole hand, and then attack with the Ender Eye for lethal here. Sander is almost decked anyways, so no reason to be risky at all here. Block with all your cards, attack with the Ender Eye for lethal. I do think Sander's at 1 actually, and this Burn Them All will deal full lethal. I think this is maybe a blue high speed impact, so he's just giving it a 3. He's activating his Foundry Heart to get some resources. We've got 0 to 60, and now Sander has no cards left in deck. And I think Stefan's gonna just block everything out. Looks like we made maybe another blue attack. And then we've got the pistol for 4. Yeah, and that's game. Very good game. I liked how back and forth that game was. I mean, we really saw what looked like a huge advantage from Sander in the middle there. If you all were around for it, Sander had a pretty massive turn off of a tech low core and fully loaded items in a high octane, which ended up being over 20 damage and clearing dragons. Sander had a really phenomenal mid game on dash, but Stefan piloted Dromai very well, bringing it back, and it was really off the back of Burn Them All and pitching a blue to play both Kyloria and Yenderai. I mean, that was the big pivot turn. And you can see that Yenderai and Burn Them All still there, maybe 4 or 5 turns later. So obviously, that turn carried him through. Grabbing that induction chamber with that Kyloria was also massive. I'm not sure it was the right play from Standard to get it stolen, but maybe he has no other option. We don't know his exact hand. Could have had maybe 2 items in that hand and just not been able to do anything. But phenomenal game. I really enjoyed that one. Congrats to Stefan for the win. And thanks to both our players. It was a very, very good game. I'm going to throw up the meta game here. We'll put this up real quick, and I'm going to go try to maybe fix the camera focusing a little, change the life counter because that one's a bit hard to use. And we'll be back in probably just a few minutes here for round 11 of Classic Constructed here at the Dutch National Championships. Thanks for watching. Okay, we've got next round starting in just a few minutes here. Looks like I was just talking to Ian over there. You can see on the little left webcam. And it looks like the field, I mean, as you can see, is mostly Dromai, but it does look like Dromai is still dominating CC even. So I think we have mostly Dromais doing well. We have a Channelmont Heroic Briar doing pretty well. We have that hybrid dash we just saw on stream as Sander Neft. And I think we might actually have a Bolton doing pretty good. But it does seem to be mostly Dromais. And then some Briar dash and a little Lexi sprinkled in, but still a predominantly Dromai field. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Dromai in the next 2 rounds as well. Netherlands does like their Dromais. Maybe a bit of Ian's influence. All right, I think there was a bit of a repair, but we should have next round starting soon. Happy to be doing some classic constructed today since yesterday was mostly limited. Do love limited, but maybe don't particularly love Monarch Draft. I think most limited players would agree it's not the best limited set they've ever made. Maybe not even in the top 3. Should have information on the players soon. And then we'll get the overlay updated. We're heading into round 11 here, so we've got one more round of classic constructed Swiss after this. And then we have the top 8. So closing in on the end of Dutch Nationals. Feels like we just started today, but with only 6 rounds, we're going to blow through these pretty quickly. And it does look like we have a Kano, because I just saw player 1 set his life to 30. Which is going to be a bit of a dead giveaway about what he's playing. Makes it a bit easier for me, because I can set that hero up real fast. And then we've got a dash. So another dash on stream, actually. Dash is, not sure what these players' records are, but dash is back again. Don't have to change players 2 hero. Okay, so we do have Kano versus Dash. We should have player names and records in just a second coming up here. Happy to see Dash. I do quite enjoy watching Dash, and this will be our first Kano of the day. Looks like our players are 7-3 that are on stream right now. Love seeing some Kano. Looks like we actually have another Sander on Dash, just a different Sander. Get that name up as well, and then we'll be good to go. All right, got that frame updated. So we're heading into round 11. Our players are likely pretty stressed because these last few rounds are really going to decide if they make top 8 of the event or not. At a 7-3 record, they have to win this round to make top 8. So I believe one of these players is not going to make top 8 and the other one might. I'm not sure if you can lose 4 games to make top 8. You might be able to, but you definitely cannot lose 5 games. So you should be pretty likely to get into top 8 with only 3 losses. So these players are really, really playing for their spot right now. We did have the full 6 rounds of Monarch draft yesterday, so these player scores are pretty influenced by their draft performance. We had 6 rounds of Monarch draft so far and 4 rounds of Classic Constructed, so a little less of a Classic Constructed influence. But by the time these 3 rounds of Classic Constructed are over, we'll have had 6 of each. Obviously, you do have to do pretty good in each to make it, because I think you can only top 8 with maybe 3 losses, like I said, possibly 4. So you have to do good in both events and really prove you're made to be the national champion. But right now, we're having players shuffle a bit before we get started. I would imagine this matchup is maybe a little Dash favored. They do easily get access to Arcane Barrier 3, and they play quite a lot of blues to be able to pitch to it, while also having a ton of aggressive potential. Bravo can also play Arcane Barrier 3 with a lot of blues, but the problem is he has much less aggressive potential than Dash does, so you might think Bravo has a favorite Kano matchup. He does not. But Dash maybe a little better. No Spell Void, though, does make it so it's not an easy matchup by any means. If you had Spell Void, it would be easy. I think we have Arcane Barrier 4 here, actually, and Tunic. Almost looks like his equipment suite is made for Kano. I mean, it's a massive surprise. He might be on... I mean, with this loadout, I would imagine he's on full tank dash traditionally, because otherwise, yeah, and you can see in his hand he's already got life gain, and he's got a this round's on me. This is tank dash, actually, which is quite a bit different from what we saw last round. Last round we saw a hybrid dash, battling a Dromai. Now we've got tank dash. I would actually imagine tank dash has a worse time into Kano, because there's almost no pressure. I mean, Kano is going to have all day to set up the perfect wildfire combo. The only thing stopping him is all the life gain Dash is going to have. But aside from the life gain, Dash is going to have close to 0 pressure. Obviously, we are gonna see quite a bit of life gain. I think we see a Sigil of Solace in hand already. They also play Healing Bombs and Sun Kisses. I mean, you could gain up to 20 life this game. But I mean, Kano can deal as much as he wants if he has all day. It looks like we are going to start resolving some cards here. Kano, oh, Kano's not going to do anything. It doesn't look like the Dash played their Sigil of Solace either, actually. Kano's going to start off, though. I see an Energy Potion in hand already, which is probably going to hit the battlefield. Two Energy Potions in hand, actually. Seems pretty solid to play one and Arsenal one to play next turn. Already really getting that setup process going. Kano's going to have to deal a pretty massive combo this game to take out the Dash, but he should have almost infinite time to set it up. Dash will be gaining a ton of life. I don't know if Sander is a well-known Pokemon player, to be honest. I'm trying to see if his mat gives anything away. It says Complexity, which I think is a esports org, but I'm not sure, to be honest. So we are firing a sap here, which is just going to get pitched to prevent. Play Energy Potion and Arsenal Energy Potion. That's what we expected. Pretty quick setup from Jasper, which is nice to see. Getting that pistol going here. That would be blocked. And Jasper has, like I said, all the time in the world. There's almost no pressure coming from Sander's side. So he can block what he wants, but mostly he's just going to be setting up for his big wildfire combo. Sander is getting an item out. But because he's doing that, he only has 2 floating here. And Jasper might be able to get in for some decent damage. Looks like he's got to Gaze the Ages in hand, too. Oh, sorry, that's off the off 3 from the Sindering Foresight. Might be what he picks to put on top. He's maybe putting the other 2 on the bottom. Oh no, one's going to the bottom, the other 2 are going on top. Okay, there we go. Then we're pitching Gaze. Gonna flip over what looks like an Aether Quickening. Use our weapon to give it +1 arcane damage, and then fire it. Which is gonna get AB2'd and end up leaking 1 there. Just getting a little bit in. Maybe not as much as Jasper would have liked to do there, honestly. Almost no punish on that item play. I mean, he punished him with 1 damage. I wouldn't call that much of a punish at all. Get that second E-Pod out, though. I mean, that is very important. And we see the Wildfire, so he might get to combo off pretty quickly here. He's got a Wildfire in hand. He can throw a second... Basically, he's going to throw this first Wildfire in Arsenal. And as soon as he finds a second Wildfire, he should be able to almost instantly kill Sander. Sander is going to just have to gain as much life as he can until that point. He's got a Heart of Fandel in hand, but that's not going to be getting him any life here. We do know he has a Sigil of Solace in Arsenal, so he's got a little bit of extra life. Looks like we're firing the pistol for 2 here. Sander's on tank dash, so this is mostly going to be what he's doing. He'll end up taking some cards. Although Jasper doesn't really need to block if he doesn't want to. He could get pretty aggressive with his damage here since he has found 2 E-Pots and a Wildfire already. Sander's going to load. Load up everything. And resolve a Disillusion Sphere. Jasper's going to pick that one up to read, and I'm going to have to search that one up too. This card says, enters with a Steam counter on it. Beginning of your action phase, destroy it unless you remove a steam counter from it. If you would be dealt exactly 1 damage, prevent it. So this card helps with blocking breakpoints. It's going to be blocking 1 a lot. You know, if he ever would take exactly 1 arcane damage, he would prevent it. Probably helpful into games where your opponent attacks for 4 a lot, right? Into a Briar, they go 4/4/4. You can just block 3/3/3, and it would prevent all of that extra 1. Very surprised. I am not a Kano player at all, so Jasper is actually pitch tacking, saying, let me put this wildfire to the bottom by just pitching to my weapon. Let me pitch this Tome. Tome of Aether went to the bottom as well. I mean, that's a massive pitch stack going. And he's going to play Imperial. Is that Ledger or Edict? I think that's Edict. You can action, destroy it, name a card. The name card can't be played until the start of your next turn. If you're Royal instead, each opponent reveals their hand, they name a card, go again. So it's going to stop the opponent from playing a card. Not sure what card he wants to stop the opponent from playing, but maybe on his go-off turn, he could stop life gain. Now we're just going to have some pistol shots coming in from Sander that are going to get mostly blocked out. I do see another Plasma Purifier in hand, so he's likely going to just be playing that too. Load up everything, obviously. I'm sure he could shoot a second time if he wanted. But he's just going to put out this second Plasma Purifier. The items are coming along. But Jasper's got quite the pitch stack coming along as well. We did just see him pitch both an Aether Wildfire and a Tome of Aetherwind. And now the Blazing. I mean, this pitch stack is absurd. He's got a Wildfire, a Tome, and a Blazing all coming on second cycle here. Quite a lot happening. And he does have the 2 E-Pots too, so I mean, yeah, that's quite a bit. It looks like an attack for 4 is going to get fully AB4'd using a Pitched Blue and the Tunic resource. And it looks like Jasper has found another item in the form of Potion of Deja Vu. It also looks like Jasper's camera got knocked over, but I'm not sure if I want to take a second to run over and do that. I think the commentary is maybe a little more important. We'll have to be okay with the side of Jasper's head. Got the pistol coming in here. For 4 now, we do have both of those Plasma Purifiers set up. I mean, the pressure is starting from Sander. It's much slower pressure than the boost stash would have been, but it's happening now. I mean, we're going to be able to threaten 8 every turn. And eventually, as we get further along, maybe 12 every turn. Definitely some decent pressure coming in. I mean, Jasper is gonna be able to block most of it, but it's not nothing. I do think maybe Jasper's pitch stack might be too much for Sander to overcome. But we're really going to have to see when we get there. And there's the second induction, so we are going to be seeing 12 potential every turn now. We did see a Potion of Deja Vu in Jasper's hand, which is another permanent that he's going to be able to set up. We also see an Eye of Ophidia, which is going to let him get to that pitch stack even faster. Not sure what he's pitching it to. I think he might just be pitching it to Kano. It seemed like he was motioning at his Imperial Edict for a second, but I don't think he actually is. Okay, and we're flipping what I think is an Aether Spindle is the name of that card. Yep. It's another great card that lets him shoot for a decent amount of damage, but I don't think he has the resources to play it. He's just pitching another Blazing to activate his weapon. And he's going to be playing that Potion of Deja Vu. Quite a lot of setup going on overall, but it does have what should be a lethal pitch stack if he gets to it. We've seen an Aether Wildfire, 2 Blazings, and a Tome of Aetherwind all pitched to the bottom. But now he's going to be having to block quite a bit. Sander can threaten 12 every turn with this pistol at this point. You can see that life total is going to start taking a hit here. And with no arsenal, I don't think Sander is worried about dying at this point. While Jasper does have quite a lot of permanent setup, without the arsenal, it's unlikely he'll be able to kill him. Sander's got the blues coming. Here's a pitch blue, here's a pitch blue, here's a pitch yellow. Wow, and we have Nourishing Emptiness. What an interesting card. This will be, since he has no attacks in his graveyard, it'll be 6 Dominate with the on hit of giving him an extra intellect for the turn. And it's going to connect, so dealing 3 and letting him draw 5 cards at the end of this turn. That's very relevant. So Sander's now on a 6-card hand for next turn. Well, I believe Jasper's just pitching a tome to activate his weapon and then going to the next turn. So while, I mean, there is a very strong pitch stack coming from Jasper, I'm not sure how fast he's going to get to it, to be honest. We'll really have to see. I mean, this is a race at this point for Sander to kill Jasper with his massive weapons that are all set up, kill him faster than Jasper can get to that pitch stack. We do know Jasper has what would be very likely a lethal pitch stack, but there's 12 coming in every turn now from Sander. It's not even taking any cards, right? This is an unfatigable 12 per turn. Getting the playmats fixed up a little. And then there's another 12. I think Jasper did update his life total. I remember him taking 3 from it. I think life totals are fully accurate right now. Blocking for the 3, taking 1 there. I mean, with 12 coming in every turn, Jasper might just be giving him 3 cards every turn and bleeding 3 until he gets that pitch stack. He might have enough life to do that, to be honest. I mean, bleeding 3 a turn is not that much. He might have enough life to bleed 3 every turn until he gets the pitch stack, but we're really going to have to see. Oh, and then we find the Spark of Genius to get to the last Plasma Purifier. And he's not even worried about getting killed here because Jasper only has 2 cards in hand. I mean, he can't punish this Spark of Genius at all. And there we see the last Plasma Purifier, so now we're going to be threatening 15 every turn instead of 12. It's getting worse and worse for Jasper. I feel like his deck is big enough that we're not going to find this pitch stack. I mean, he knows Kano much better than I do if he's 7-3 right now, but I was surprised as soon as he pitched that first Wildfire and Tome instead of tried to arsenal them and use them. But he obviously has played this matchup and thinks, I will get to that pitch stack in time. I will be able to combo off with it. Also, I do know Jasper's camera got knocked over. We'll get that fixed in between rounds here. Pitching a blue to activate Kano. Flipping an Aether Flare. And then arsenaling. Very simple turn from Jasper, but still no pressure. Yeah, Jasper's camera got knocked over a little, but we will have that fixed between rounds. I'm a one-man show, though, so I don't want to leave the commentary to go pick it back up. Alright, so I think we saw Jasper drew his second Wildfire. But we're going to have 15 threatened here by Sander. He's got +3 from the Plasma Purifiers, making his pistol attack for 5, and he can attack with it 2 extra times because of the 2 induction chambers. And this is going to happen forever. As long as Sander has the resources for it, which he always should, we are going to see 15 every turn for the rest of the game from Sander. Jasper either has to just block it all out or has to kill him through it. Looks like this turn he's mostly blocking it. Oh, wow, and then we have a Command and Conquer, which is going to immediately demand 2 cards, and one of them is the Wildfire that Jasper very likely wanted to pitch and be the second card in this pitch-stacked combo. I mean, he needs 2 wildfires for the combo. That was probably the second wildfire. We do have a pretty strong play here. We've got Tunic plus Toma Fiendal. That's going to gain him 2 life. Give him 2 cards that he can work with. Pitch 1 to Kano, maybe Arsenal the other. Looks like a Lesson in Lava here, which is not a bad card at all. I think we're activating Kano. Got a Foreboding Bolt. I think it's probably a blue, so it's just going to get +1, and then it's going to get shot for 2 Arcane. I think if this hits, he opts, or it just always opts. Yeah, it's always going to opt here. And no reason for Sander to take any damage. Any damage he takes puts him closer to getting comboed. So it's just going to get AB2'd. While Jasper thinks, I think I'm going to go run over and fix that camera real quick. Alright, I am back. Cameras look normal again. And to no surprise, Sander's coming in for 5 with the pistol, 5 with the pistol, maybe 5 with the pistol. We'll see if he has enough resources. He did have to pitch a card for AB last turn, so not sure if he can do the full 15 this turn. So far we've seen 10. Yeah, and there's the full 15. Jasper's going to block with the 9, end up taking 6. And then just go to the next turn. He's going to Arsenal. It's a very interesting game. I haven't seen this particular matchup ever play out before of Tank Dash into Kano. It's very much Kano trying to get the perfect pitch stack. He has almost too many permanents in his hand right now. I think he's got the Wildfire, the Potion of Deja Vu, and the Energy Potion. He really wants all of these for the combo. And can't block with 2 of them, so he might have to go off here or be almost dead. I think he's going to have to threaten damage just as a way for Sander to not attack, right? Because if Sander is... Yeah, so I think the idea is here, he's going to say, Sander, you have to pitch to AB, or you're going to want to pitch to AB. And doing so is going to cause Sander to not be able to attack as much. So basically, this is a form of blocking for Jasper because his hand blocked so poorly. That is his 3rd Wildfire. He had to block with 1 a second ago, so 1 was pitched quite early. 1 was blocked with recently, and this is the 3rd one that's getting pitched again. In a pretty strong pitch stack. It's got a Lessons in Lava next to it, but once again, I mean, there's so much damage being threatened every turn. Is he going to be able to survive it? I mean, he has no way to block this turn. And he's at 14. I'm not sure what he's thinking, but he has an Energy Potion in hand. He has no way to stop this damage coming in. Does look like we only had 1 Plasma Purifier activated, though, just due to the lack of resources, which could be the only reason Jasper is going to live this turn. He pulled the Meritus Scolding out with a 1 on it, which is important for some cards like Blazing. Just remember how much Arcane you've dealt that turn. I do think it was just a mental attack, because I don't think it's going... I mean, he's not going to combo this turn. I think he just wants to make Sander think about him comboing this turn. But I can guarantee you he will not be. Sander's going to load. Pitch one of his other Nourishings. This is not really a relevant card anymore because he's using attack. And then shoot for what I believe is a 3 here, because I think he's only activated 1 Plasma Purifier this turn. It does look like Jasper's Gambit ended up playing off. I mean, because his hand didn't block well, he pitched it to attack, and it kind of prevented damage as well. You know, Sander had to pitch to prevent it, or he decided to pitch to prevent it. I think in a world where Sander takes that full emeritus, he could possibly kill Jasper this turn, because Jasper has only one equipment block and only an energy potion in hand. He could have potentially just dealt 15. Now here's Jasper's third energy potion. Jasper has 3 energy potions, a potion of deja vu, and an Imperial Edict here. And we're just waiting to go off. Oh, and this might be the turn he dies, though. I mean, he might have to go off this turn, because we've got a high octane. I suppose high octane in this deck doesn't work that much, right? I'm thinking about him shooting a bunch, but he doesn't boost, does he? It's actually a weird card to see here. Because if he's not boosting, I guess it's just one resource to cycle one. I'm not sure, actually. And we're shooting the pistol for 5. I think Jasper's checking to see if this high octane is going to do anything. I don't think it will. But he's still going to threaten the 15 this turn. I think Jasper's thinking of blocking the 2 cards. I think his hand's mostly blues. I don't think it's the cycle he wants to find. He's maybe 1 or 2 more turns away from it. So this might be a turn where he's blocking 2 of the 5s, taking 5 down to 3. Maybe he's going to be almost out of cycle then. If he's thinking about blocking, he's obviously not ready to combo yet. He has everything permanent-wise set up for it, but I don't think he's at the wildfires. It almost feels like Jasper's done too much setup this game. He's had all the setup, he's had perfect pitch stack, but he's just dying as he does it. It does feel like he almost needs to go off this turn, right? I mean, he's at 8 with 15 being threatened at him at least. So he has to basically block out and almost die. Or combo off. Now he's holding a 3 block and that Tome of Fyendal, which will block the 5. But man, if he doesn't go off this turn, he almost has to go off next turn. He's really running out of time here. Not time on the clock, but amount of life left. Yeah, so we're blocking for 5 on the 5 attack. Sander says, here's go again. Gonna shoot the pistol for another 5 in a second. Just probably pitch it, picking which card he wants to pitch to load it. I think he's gonna use Tunic, actually. Interesting. Maybe he's hiding information intentionally, which is very smart. Don't show the opponent what cards you left in hand. Just say, I'm going to use what's face up on the board to threaten 5 here. This is going to end up coming in for 5, blocking for 3, taking 2. And likely another 5. The camera get knocked again. These are some violent players over here. To be fair, they are just sitting there on the table. We've got a bit of a thrown together setup. But it looks like we are just going to get that last 5 in. Maybe he's not shooting with it. Looks like he might just be loading and deciding not to shoot the pistol. Well, if he's well known for control decks in Pokemon, he's certainly playing a control deck here. It is almost as control as you can get, to be honest. Especially with Oldham gone. So Jasper's likely just going to block 3, take 2. Not much else he can do with this blue Aether Quickening. And there's going to be another 15 coming from Sander next turn. Jasper importantly ticks up his Tunic. I think he's going to use Imperial Edict. naming a card that Sander can't be played until the end of next turn. Curious what card he's going to say. Curious to see what card he's going to say that Sander can't play. I don't know what it was, but there's obviously a card that Sander's not allowed to play. Did the camera get knocked even more? They're really beating that camera up from Jasper's point of view. So a card can't be played for Sander. What do you guys think he named? I would maybe guess a life gain card like Healing Balm. Or I suppose it's Oasis Respite, right? That actually has to be what it is. If he's going to combo off, you just name Oasis Respite and then you get the guaranteed kill. Yeah, Oasis has to be what it is. I hadn't even thought of Oasis because I don't think I've seen Sander draw it yet, so I don't think Sander plays it. I mean, maybe he has drawn it in Arsenal and I just didn't notice, but I don't think there's an Oasis happening. But I do understand the safety net of if you were in a matchup where you guaranteed have to combo off, put them off of Oasis. And this is the turn we're going to see the combo from Jasper. He's been setting up all game. We have 3 energy potions and a potion of deja vu. We've got tunic counter. So we have 7 free resources sitting on board. 7 resources from the energy potions and the tunic. That is a lot of resources he can utilize in addition to his other 5 cards this turn. But is it enough to kill him? I mean, is he at the pitch deck? And guys, I don't think he is. He's thinking about blocking, right? I mean, he's turning these cards sideways, which would be... That's a bit odd to do after activating the Imperial Edict. Not sure what's going on here, actually. And another 5. I mean, if he blocks this too, is he not dead just to... He can't block enough here. Did he not make it to the pitch stack in time? I'm a bit confused because he's been really working towards this pitch stack all game. He has 3 energy potions out. He's got tunic counter. He's got potion of deja vu. Okay, he's activating tunic. He's putting 4 down with tunic plus sonic boom. This would take him to 1. He's just throwing his cards away, though. He's still dead to the next 5. I suppose he's not dead to it. He can block it for 6, but now I don't get why he used Imperial. Maybe he thought he would be at a pitch stack that he wasn't at. Because, you draw after you activate Imperial. I mean, Sander just shoots for 5 here. Jasper is going to have to block 6. He's already seems to be committed to blocking this turn. And then Jasper would just draw back up and Sander's also playing Eye of Ophidia. Really playing control deck plus Blue Fabled. Oh. We're pitching the Eye of Ophidia. We're going to get the Op 2 here. So the real problem here is now that Jasper's activated the Imperial Edict and not comboed, if Sander does have the Oasis, he gets to use it. That's pretty big misplay over here if we actually see this happen. I think he's loading the the items. I believe he also has a shot left in the pistol. Yeah, here's his last 5. Jasper's going to block 6. We already know this is going to happen. He committed earlier to blocking. He did everything that takes commitment to blocking, but he lost so much doing so. I mean, he used his Imperial Edict. maybe thinking he was going to combo, and he had to use his tunic, which was an important resource for the combo turn. Now we're back to Jasper. Jasper's at 1, and at this point, he has no other choice except comboing. I thought he was going to combo last turn, and I told you he would combo. I was obviously wrong. He decided to not combo, but now he does not have another option. He cannot block 15 here. It's not a possibility for him to block 15. And the second he starts blocking, he's losing cards from hand. So after this first attack for 5, he has to go. He's holding back a little and just attacking for 4. Obviously, he just needs to make it a break point. With Jasper at 1, he can just attack Jasper for 4 over and over. There's really no difference from attacking with 4 or 5, since they will both be lethal. They both take 2 cards, and they both are going to make them combo. So here we're going to see Stormstriders into Blazing Aether. Obviously, currently dealing 0 damage, but it's going to be responded to pretty heavily. And eventually, it's going to, we presume, deal quite a lot of damage. So now, there is a lot of Arcane Barrier on Sander's side. He's got Arcane Barrier 4, plus a resource floating, plus 3 cards in hand. So he can potentially prevent, with 3 blues in hand, 10 arcane damage through Arcane Barrier. We have Jasper already activating the Potion of Deja Vu. Want to get that Gaze the Ages on top. There's a lot going on with this Kano combo turn. And Jasper doesn't seem happy about it. I mean, that was a bit of a look of frustration we just saw. I know his camera's not working, but maybe for the better. Activating Kano again. Activating Ragamuffins. This is a bit too much thinking even for me. Activating Gauge the Ages. So now we've activated Kano, activated Ragamuffin in response to Kano, and then activated played Gauge the Ages in response to Ragamuffins. So first, he's deciding to resolve this Gaze, so he's going to opt to. He's got what looks like an Emeritus, and I think it was maybe an Aether Flare as the other card. I don't know if he wants either of these. Okay, he wants one of them. I assumed he was opting to just to get to that pitch stack, because he needs to find that Wildfire. So now he's got Ragamuffins. I think we're activating Kano again in response to the Ragamuffin still. Gonna let that Kano resolve. We're finding an Aether Flare. Gonna have Ragamuffins go off. Gets to draw a card, put a card on top. He's likely putting that Gaze on top. I think he's actually got 2 Gazes, which is totally good. Gaze is a great card. You get a Kano for it. You get to play it. You get it back. It's like a free. And I think we have hit the pitch stack. Okay. Jasper almost certainly just breathed a huge sigh of relief. I think he was worried about not hitting this pitch stack in time. And we see it. We see that Aether Wildfire and the Tome of Aetherwind that he pitched earlier, which means this went from maybe not being able to win. I mean, we saw a look of frustration. He rubbed his forehead really hard a second ago, a bit frustrated, to I've got it. I've got Tome of Aetherwind. I've got Aether Wildfire. I've got 3 energy potions. I've got a Blazing Aetherwind on the stack. Got my second Blazing. I mean, this is what he was trying to do. I think he's buffing. Oh, he's doing the draw too. So I think the left side is what's been Kano'd, which is the Wildfire and a Blazing. Get to play that Tome. Get a pitch an Eye. Opting to from the Eye. I think do we have a 3rd Blazing in his hands? I think that's a 3rd Blazing. So I think we might be playing 3 Blazings this turn, which is likely the combo he wants. Got another Tome off of Kano. gonna probably draw 2 here. I mean, this might be the lethal he wanted. It certainly is the pitch deck he was setting up for. But the question is, can he deal lethal damage to Sander? Sander's at 41. He has very likely at least 10 he can prevent. Okay, so we're pitching the last card in hand to Kano. We now have 2 Blazings in the Kano zone able to be played. We have 1 Blazing on the stack, still waiting to be resolved from Stormstriders. We also have a Tome of Aetherwind he's about to play from Kano. We've got a Wildfire in Kano as well, and then I think a last card, but I can't quite tell what it is, that's in the Kano zone. This is quite entertaining to watch, to be honest. I think we're drawing 2 again. Not even sure he knows what he's drawing at this point. That's why it seems to be that he thought so much about what am I going to do with this tome. This is the pitch stack he wanted, though. But really, is it going to be enough? The problem is the first Wildfire is going to get AB forward, and without a significant pump, it's just going to deal maybe 2 with Metacarpus and with your staff. I mean, you have to have the 2 Aether Wildfires here, and I don't think he has the second one is the problem. He has to have 2 to do this combo. Even with 3 Blazings, it doesn't matter how many Blazings you have unless you have your second Wildfire or you have a very large pump on the first Wildfire. And I think that's the problem he's found himself in. I think his first I think he only has 1 Wildfire with no ways to pump it. Because your Wildfires really need to come in and connect for 4 or 5 damage to make these Blazings deal lethal. The first Blazing will deal double the Wildfire, and then double the Blazing. So, I mean, he has enough damage through Blazings, but they'll do almost nothing without a big Wildfire. Not sure what 2 cards he drew off of that tome, but I don't know if they were the cards he wanted. I do wish we had Jasper's face cam on. But I feel like it'd almost be disrespectful of me to go put it on him at this point. Maybe it's better it fell over. I think we've got maybe a blue sap in hand. Plus a beautiful white bordered card, I can't tell. Looking through this whole pitch stack, he's already popped his Potion of Deja Vu, I think, so I don't know what he can do with this pitch stack. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what he could do with it. Okay, yeah, I do think he has his third Tome of Aetherwind plus a blue. I think he really wanted to Kano that last tome. Tome is a way to pump the Wildfire, is it not? We just got told there's 10 minutes left in the rounds. So, I mean, if in a world where he had pumped twice with Tome, he could have had the Aether come in for 10, which might have actually been enough. No, he does still have 2 energy potions sitting on the board, so it's not that he's out of resources by any means. We're going to activate those. I think we're at 6 resources. Obviously, we need to use 2 of those to play that Wildfire. Activating our staff. Playing Wildfire. Gonna use Metacarpus. Yeah, this is certainly last turn no matter what. Yeah, I think this is unfortunately what he didn't want. I think... Yep, that's game right there. I mean, he did the Imperial a turn too early for some reason. And now we've got the Oasis and the Arcane Barrier too. This Wildfire is going to deal 0 damage. I'm not sure. I think he maybe thought he was there a turn earlier. He was miscounting his deck. And so he popped the Imperial, naming Oasis last turn. when it didn't end up being utilized, and now Sander had that Oasis from Arsenal. So we did just see a beautiful turn from Kano of activating everything, doing everything, and then unfortunately, it looks like the Oasis is just going to tell him no. So no damage from this wildfire. And unfortunately, that means that these blazings are likely going to deal no damage either. There's an Aether Flare. Not even sure it's for enough that's going to get through this Arcane Barrier. Fully AB forward. Here's another Aether Flare. And then we're just going to throw a bunch of blazings that deal 0 damage. We had a Lessings and Lava on top, which is pretty good, but I think Jasper lost from not keeping that Imperial Edict around and not getting to that second wildfire in time. You can see it was 4 cards down there, and he needed to find the second wildfire to combo. But really, I think the loss... I don't know how much damage he would have dealt without that Oasis. I think this turn he would have dealt 2 with it, and then the first Blazing would have came in for 4, and it would have gotten AB forward. So, yeah, he wouldn't have won anyways. I don't think there was a way for him to win without finding the second wildfire. Since with AB4, the Blazings would never get bigger than 4 anyways. Or at least not much bigger. So I do think Sander had that one pretty locked, as long as he could keep that Oasis in Arsenal, and Jasper didn't find a second wildfire, and he was able to do both of those. No second wildfire, and the Imperial got blown to turn early, so not used on the Oasis. Yeah, the fact that the Oasis was used instantly made him lose that, but also the lack of any major buff or second wildfire means I don't think even without the Oasis he could have won that one. Great game to watch, though. I hope you all enjoyed it. It was very interesting to see. I mean, it's very different Flesh and Bloods from what we're traditionally going to watch. Looks like the players are talking through what happened here a little, since it was a very complicated game. But yeah, very different game where we saw Kano try to pitch stack a full Wildfire Blazing combo, and we saw a dash on Tank Dash just set up items, and maybe it was a bit relaxing from the dash side. He didn't do much other than to set up items and attack with them this game, to be honest. And maybe very stressful from the Kano side. Well, it was a very good game. I'm going to go get the webcam set up and fixed a little. We'll have the last round of Classic Constructed coming to you in just a few minutes here. Thanks for sticking around. All right, I think we're going to be back with the last round of Swiss today. We've got round 12 starting soon. Already got a playmat laid out. I have no idea what that's from, but it's adorable. The judge asking him to use a different one. Nothing wrong with that, Matt. We got Alpha Rampage. Hopefully a Rhinar, that'd be great. And I already know, I believe the player on the left is a Dromai, local from Amsterdam. But we'll have to see what the player on the right's on. Oh, we have a Levia is going to be on the right. That's very fun. I think Levia is one of the more enjoyable heroes to not only play, but also to watch. Now, I already had said earlier, but I'm almost positive player on the left is on Dromai. Yep, Yep is on the left on Dromai. Then we've got Eric on the right on Levia. We're going to have those names updated in just a second. There we go. And then I'm going to run over and get the webcam fixed real quick for Eric. All right, we've got both the webcams working. Last round here of Swiss. Get this little starting soon hidden. And yeah, last round of Swiss. These players are. Well, let me fix this real quick. I believe they're both 6 and 5. We wouldn't have a 7-3 in this round, anyways. So I don't think either of these players are in top 8 contention, but it is a way for us to see Levia, which I don't think we've seen outside of draft at this event. But pretty excited for this game. I had already mentioned Levia is one of the most fun heroes to watch and play, I personally think. I know we've seen a lot of Dromai. Dromai is not majority. She's the most played hero in Classic Constructed at this event. I think we have 20 Dromais out of the 89 players, so about a quarter of the players. I'm not surprised to see Dromai. I think we've seen Dromai versus Dash. What else did we see Dromai on? Obviously, now we're seeing Dromai versus Levia. I think we saw Dromai versus Vincent yesterday. So I think we've seen 3 Dromai games out of our 6 Classic Constructed games, but something different played into the Dromai each time. So far, Dromai hasn't lost any of those. We will see if Dromai takes it any different this time. But yeah, so far, Dromai, I think, undefeated on stream. Really showing how powerful that hero is. But this Levia at 6 and 5. Gonna be a fun game to watch. I do think trying to look trying to look at the deck of this Dromai as they go through it. Maybe red line. I saw Snatch. I saw Nourishing Emptiness too, though. Oh, and then we see Flame Call Awakening. So it definitely seems to be a red line version of Dromai. Honestly, don't know if red line or Big Dragon is better into a deck like Levia, which is full of poppers. Not sure which one's preferred. I would maybe guess Big Dragon is slightly weaker because they're more reliant on the dragons, which can be popped. Whereas Redline is able just to throw solid attacks out that don't care if you've got poppers or not. But we'll really have to see how this pans out. I'm just excited to see Levia get transformed. I think the new card from Dusk Till Dawn is one of the coolest cards they've ever printed, and a somewhat elegant way to buff a hero. After this round, we will have, I believe, an hour break, maybe an hour and 15-minute break. I think we're starting the top 8 at 1:15 local time here. PM, that is. Should be getting started in just a few minutes as the players finish sideboarding and shuffling. I think the Levia won the dice roll and is having a bit of a think about if they're going to go first or second. So Levia can play quite a few different builds. Looks like this is going to be the Mandible Claw Blood Rush Bellows build. This build is a little more, I guess it looks a little more like default Brute, you could say. It's a little more just Blood Rush Bellows, 6 power attacks, swing bigs, stuff like that. It's kind of just like a Shadow Rhinar for most intents and purposes. We're starting off, I think we're pitching 2 reds here. It looks like a pretty red heavy hand because we had what I think is a red Dread Screamer and a Slithering Shadowpede pitched. I think we had a second red Dread Screamer too that's going to hit the arsenal. This is almost certainly going to be giving a Quicken token since there's no reason not to fully block out turn 0 anyways. But I don't think Dromai has a ton of uses for a Quicken token. The best use would probably be an E-Strike or a Snatch that they could potentially draw, and then that would be quite strong. Yep, it's just maybe deciding which card he wants to keep. Oh, it looks like he actually has a Snatch too, which might be the last card he's keeping. If I had a Snatch and I was about to be given a Quicken token, I would definitely be keeping that Snatch. So we see an Asvolai. Oh, he needs to get that Ash, so he's going to pitch the Snatch to the Seekers here. And maybe that's blocking the last point of damage. Opting, keeping it on top. So he has that Quicken. But would have loved to keep that Snatch. I understand you need to activate those Seekers, though. Can't start off the game without any Ash. And now we've got Dromai starting the game off here. So we've got a Quicken and an Ash. That's certainly not bad. We've got a mystery card that I can't tell. Almost looks like a Rake. it is a rake, because otherwise he wouldn't be pitching to Furnace here. So I think he is pitching a red, playing rake, and then pitching to Furnace to get the extra ash. Now the real question is, does Quicken work on dragons? I'm going to think it doesn't. I don't think it does. They're not weapons or attack actions. Looks like he's throwing the first baby dragon out. Gonna guess this one just eats a popper. We can see a Howl from Beyond in Eric's hand. Howl from Beyond is a nice recursive tool. Oh, and he's overblocking just to get the Howl in his in his graveyard, right? So he wants to have 3 cards in there. He only had the swing big in there. And he's gonna say, I know this is popping it, but I'm also gonna put this Howl in there. And I'm gonna throw you a second swing big. Blocking out this one does not give any real advantage because 2 Quickens don't have any different effect than 1 Quicken. So, I mean, likely block 6 here, take 2. Don't need that second Quicken anyways. Keep up some pressure. Looks like we blocked with an Asvoli and then a mystery card. Maybe a Burn Them All. Now Eop's going to get us going. E-Strike, and now we are going to use that Quicken token effectively. So that's one of the 2 cards we really wanted to see. I think E-Strike and Snatch were the best 2 finds there with that Quicken. Looks like he picked Draw a card, which effectively makes this just a 1 card, 5 go again, which is very above rate. Plus with a little filtering. So very strong attack coming in, and this is going to be where Redline shows the power of it over maybe big dragons in this matchup, where Redline is going to be pressuring with stuff that does not care about Phantasm and any kind of poppers. So Levia cares about having a bit of a... Oh my goodness. Alright, so, I mean, we just saw Carrion Husk eat it. He's got 40 life still. And this is a very aggressive Carrion Husk. Maybe he thinks there's not going to be another big attack at any other point in the game, but that's 1 blood debt just from the get-go. We had a second E-Strike here. I think maybe this one was +2, or maybe it was go again. I'm not actually sure. He blocked 3, but they didn't touch the life total, so I don't know. I think he took 4 there. And it looks like he's ready to get going already. The reason he took the Carrion Husk and blocked with it is likely he thought it was the most efficient time he's going to get as much block from it as possible, and he was ready to start activating Levia. So a pretty aggressive Levia list. We did hit successfully on that Dread Screamer, so we'll have go again, and we also hit a Howl from Beyond. So we're going to be able to play that when we want it to get +3 to our attacks. A very nice recursive piece to use our resources. But yeah, we're already getting in the aggression. Looks like this Dread Screamer is just going to take 2 Nourishing Emptiness, 6 block for 6 damage. Now we have 1 floating after pitching that Doomsday. 2 cards in hand still, so quite a lot to choose from. And Howl from Beyond seems like a solid one. So if he pitches a blue here, he'll have 2 floating and he can just play another 2-cost attack. Playing an attack does break the chain, so it can get played right away. Yep, and then we're going to play a Boneyard Marauder. So not a 2-cost attack, but still an attack right after. This will be coming in for 9. He is running out of graveyard pretty quickly. Banishing 3. I think he might only have 1 or 2 cards left in his graveyard. And he's at 3 blood debt now. Although it is turned off this turn because of Levia. But a little worried about the amount of cards he has to banish. Eop can throw 6 in front of this. Take 3. And just make Eric have it. I mean, he's almost out of graveyard already. He did go off a bit early there. Maybe he feels he needs to be very aggressive in this matchup. He does draw Art of War, which is one of his more aggressive pieces. E-up either... I'm not sure if he attacked with the Ashwing and just dealt one, or if he decided to hold it back because it could get popped. We are seeing Art of War here. It's going to banish a Writhing Beast Hulk. That's notable just since it's going to turn off Blood Debt for the turn for Levia. E-up seeing... What do these cards do? He's looking at the Levia Redeemed and Plasma Fet Consumed, which can be transformed into later in the game. Currently, Plasma Fet is not even close to being possible because you have to be at 13 life. But Levia Redeemed, I think, requires 13 cards in Blood Debt, so getting closer at least to that with 4. Can't tell you what other modes he chose, but I'm going to assume maybe Go Again, because that's the most common with Levia. Then with this Boneyard Marauder, he is banishing the last 3 cards he has in there. Doesn't mean he gets to use this Howl from Beyond again. So this is quite a lot of pressure from the Levia, but now he's out. He has no graveyard left to banish. I'm not sure how he's going to keep this pressure up. We'll have to see if he has a way to maybe refill it quickly. He's going to have this Boneyard Marauder in there. He's going to have the second... Or the Howl from Beyond back in there. So he will have 2 cards back in his graveyard. I suppose he'll have a full 3 if he plays the Howl from Beyond and then a card that doesn't banish. So he doesn't do that. He plays Command and Conquer. It's going to take 2-3 blocks. He does have 2 cards now in his graveyard, so if he starts his turn off by playing the Howl from Beyond, he will have the 3 to banish. So he can keep going for another turn at least. Howl from Beyond is one of the major reasons he can keep going, since it is a card that will almost always be in his graveyard if he wants it to be. It is why you can go, I guess, quote-unquote, infinite if you have 2 Howl from Beyonds, because you can play them and then play a 2-cost attack that will banish 3, and that will loop that way. We did a bit of a Yahtzee there, but only rolled a 2 on these Scab Skins. Eric seems to be considering if he wants to Gambler's Glove it, but it's a bit risky, obviously. Usually you want to save Gambler's Gloves for when you roll a 1. Yeah, he's just going to keep the safer play. We're at 40-40. No reason to be risky at this life total. I think we're just going to go for a Mark of the Beast, attacking the Passing Mirage. So notably, Mark of the Beast banishes it itself, which will turn off Levia, making it one of the only viable attacks to do this with, but a very, very slow turn from Eric here. Just rolling, clearing out a Passing Mirage. Obviously, it's important to clear out the Passing Mirages as you are a deck that's heavy on poppers. I think he maybe drew one too many cards. He hasn't looked at them at all. He just took them right off the top. So I think maybe he can just put the bottom one back on there. These cards have not been looked at even a little, which is an advantage of drawing this way, because he's really not cheating at all. He hasn't seen what any of these cards are. So that would be the bottom one. Yeah, just put it right back. I mean, he did not actually see a single one of these cards. We've been watching. He didn't even tilt them up a little bit, so maybe just got a warning from the judge, because that's just a fair thing to give a warning about. Clean up your play. But no cheating at all there, obviously. It does look like he drew another Art of War, which is the second one pretty early. Those are some of his more powerful cards. He hasn't seen a Blood Rush Bellows yet, which is a card that he likes to see. It fills up his graveyard pretty quickly by going there itself, and obviously also discarding a card. So it's a nice card for him to see that will fill up that graveyard. Looks like EF has a second Rake here. These cards fine into a deck that's heavy on poppers. Obviously, they're not something that Eric's ever going to be willing to attack. But he's not even going to be using them this turn. He's just kind of building a board state for when maybe Eric doesn't have poppers, or when he can make it so he has to use multiple, but now we're just coming in with an Ember Maw Senpai, which will give a Ash when it's popped. Popped with a Graveling Growl. Now we're at 6 blood debt. I think it's highly unlikely he's going to be going to Levia redeemed anytime soon or Plasma Effect consumed. That camera must be right next to someone's elbow because player 1 just keeps getting completely bumped. Art of War here. Expected to see this play just soon. Oh, and we have the perfect synergy with Slithering Shadowpede. So this is the new card from Dusk Till Dawn. And it can be played from your banished. I believe if you banished it that turn. If it was banished from hand that turn, you can play it. So the perfect synergy with Art of War, he now has a 1 for 6 right in his banish on that he can play immediately. Very likely choosing Go Again with Art of War. So he can just play that Slithering Shadowpede with Go Again with the last resource. I mean, it's a perfect scenario there. I think he actually is playing it. Not the last resource, though. They both cost 1, so he will have 1 floating off this blue. And this is just going to take even 2 cards from E-Up. Looks like a Mirror Guy, which is not a card he really wants to block with, and then a Dust Up. Very good hand drawn for Eric there. Then we're going to go, okay, we've already presented some damage. It's safe to roll these Scab Skins. Another 2, but nothing lost, nothing gained there. We are filling up that graveyard back again. I know we had used it all up pretty quickly, but now we are pretty efficiently using these Art of Wars to fill it up and still turn off Levia every turn. Now we've got a Beast Within, not a card you typically want to attack with, but it will attack for 6 and fill up that graveyard a little. And there we go. Yeah, he blocks with the Blaze Headlong, which is only a 2 block, so obviously a card he didn't think he could get use out of this turn. I would think Blaze Headlong's one of the better cards in this matchup, since it is one of your nice 0 for 4s that ignore poppers, but he doesn't think, obviously doesn't think it's going to be as good on the turn he's got here. While Eup is looking at that graveyard, I'm gonna run over there and fix his camera real quick. Alright, so it looks like he is playing Remembrance while we were gone. Pick some targets. I think we saw a Rake. Sorry that I had to run over and fix that camera, so I didn't quite see what that Remembrance grabbed, but it does seem like he's going for a bit of a long game here if he's playing Remembrance in this matchup. I mean, I wouldn't have expected this game to go that long. Levia typically either dies to herself or kills you before you're going to get decked, but Yep seems to think it's a matchup where they've got poppers. That means they could fatigue me if they wanted. Those are the matchups that could fatigue a Dromai. It's basically only the matchups where they've got poppers. And by that I mean quite a lot of poppers, not just a few. But we've got that Remembrance. I think that was his last card in hand, so he's just going to pass. And now we've got Blood Rush Bellow. So this is his power card. The power card of the deck, basically. Also another great way to fill up the graveyard, since it's going to put 2 cards in, the card it discards and itself. He hits. I'm sure he wouldn't have played that if he couldn't have hit. Yeah, both of his cards left were 6 power. So he's going to draw 2. And then as long as he draws a blue, typically that means he gets both of his claws in for 5. So first claw goes in for 5. Maybe I'm low on battery there. So first card comes in for 5. Second comes in for 5 here. Claws, very strong. So yeah, he had that blue. Gets to attack for 10. And it looks like E-Up's going to take the second 5. Then we have usually another attack coming in. So it's going to be an Endless Maw, which could potentially, if it hits a 6 power, which it likely will, coming for 11 here. So it's a 6, gets +3 if you banish a 6 or greater, and then another +2 from Blood Rush. He is really hoping to banish a 6 power here, because I don't think he's turned off Levia yet. And obviously for the effect. And it does look like he banishes... I mean, I see Beast Within and Command and Conquer. So it looks like he banished 2, and I think it might be the Slithering Shadowpede at the end there. So it looks like he banished all 3 6 powers. Maybe more than he wanted to banish at one time. But he got them in there. I do think he's at what I assume is 8 blood debt from those dice up there. 8 blood debt is closing in on what you want for Levia Redeemed, but obviously Levia Redeemed, I think, takes you to 8 life, so he's going to wait quite a while to actually do that. And typically players would rather be on Plasma Fet consumed, which is also why I don't think Remembrance is as useful in this matchup. Looks like we're going to block, I think, Snatch, Mirror Guy, and Sand Cover. So blocking 9 there on the 11, taking 2. Maybe he didn't take 2? I believe he should have taken 2 there. Unless that was... There is a chance it was a blue Endless Maw. If it was a blue Endless Maw, it would have attacked for 2 less. So we'll say it was a blue Endless Maw. Looks like EF's just going to pass back, deciding not to attack with any of those dragons. Now we're back to Eric. Eric has had almost all the tempo this game, even if we're just looking at life total. It's been heavily in Eric's favor. While EUP does have a board of, I believe, 5 Ashwings. Those Ashwings are, not too relevant as long as they have Phantasm into Eric. They're just going to get 1 popped and then gone. I think he may have drawn a second Blood Rush in a row here. Yeah, I see a second Blood Rush. So if he has 2 6 powers in hand, he'll be able to play this without missing. If he doesn't, he might be a little too worried to miss and just put it in the arsenal. So we see Endless Maw get played. Hopefully hitting a 6 for him again, since he does want to turn off that large blood debt count he's got. And I see the blue Wrecker Romp, so it will activate the effect, making this attack for presumably 9 if it's a red Endless Maw, and turning off blood debt. He's got that Blood Rush Bellows in hand still. Yeah, it does look like the life total counter is maybe in the way of the camera a little bit. Maybe need to move that one back. That might be my bad. So we have seen EUP already block with 2 Mirror Guys, I think. He may have remembranced one back in. But now we've got one. This is going to be very strong turn for me up. I mean, these are the 2 dragons that are best into any sort of heavy 6 power deck. And we're seeing them together. Here's Chrome Eye attacking for 3 with Go Again, gaining an action point, and no Phantasm because of Mirror Guy. I'm going to assume he's going to hold the Mirror Guy back here, but with the extra action point, he can start swinging Ashwings at him. He's probably saying I'm attacking with all 5 of these Ashwings unless you want to stop any. He's going to pop 1. He does have to pop a second one to stop it due to that extra action point. If you're popping one of them, you're probably popping both, I'd have to say, for Eric. And no, he's just going to take 4. He only wanted to get rid of one of these cards. Then we've got Dust Up. Another great card here. Likely going to just take the 2 equipment. Yeah, it's just a better T-bone in this scenario. So it's going to take 2 equipment, block the full 4. So no damage done, but all the equipment gone almost. He does have the Crown of Providence trigger he's thinking about right now. Any of these cards bad enough that I'd rather get something different. And we did have one of them switched out from hand. Very strong turn for EF, which is pretty important considering how behind he was at 13 life to 31. Quite a deficit, but now he's got a pretty strong board set up. Eric's going to have to clear this mirror guy, otherwise he's just going to get this massive amount of damage threatened every turn now. And the Chroma mirror guy combo is exactly what you want into a 6-power deck. Looks like we're playing Convulsions from something below. Anyways, this card is just going to banish 3 from his graveyard, likely doing this just to turn off Blood Debt. Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. It's the full name of that card. So almost certainly just doing this to turn off Blood Debt using his hero ability. So he hits some 6s, Blood Debt will be turned off. Looks like we're at 12 Blood Debt already, which is just massive. And he is likely doing this because he just wants Blood Debt off, and I don't think he's going to use the ability, which is to give +1 and dominate to your next card. I think he's, yeah, here we're just going to see Mirror Guy cleared. That card's a bit too good into any deck that wants to pop. Chroma, at least you can pop and then pop the second dragon. Mirror Guy just makes it completely undestroyable through Phantasm. He's going to Arsenal. I think he Arsenaled the Blood Rush Bellows here. Yep, still has a pretty strong turn. He can attack with that Chromai, take a popper, and then keep attacking with some more dragons. If he can throw in some attack actions with there, this will be pretty strong from him. He's definitely seeming to keep some level of tempo, or at least regain it from where he was. The early game was definitely heavily dominated by Eric here, with E-Up going all the way down to 13. Very strong card from Dusk Till Dawn here in Lost in Thought. Cost 1, so it'll give him an Ash now that he pitched this Kyloria. He gets to look at the opponent's hand and take an attack action. That attack action is going to go on the bottom of the deck. Then Eric will get a Ponder. Or maybe it's any action. No, it is an attack action. I was confused because he pointed at the Blood Rush Bellows. Very strong play here, though. Because you can take the popper. And if it's the only popper, which it might be, I think that might be Blood Rush Bellows and 2 blue Dread Screamers. You can just keep going. So here we see that Blaze Headlong. These attacks are very good into any deck that's heavy on 6 powers. It's likely going to take one of these 3 block Dread Screamers. See, the main issue here is Eric has to keep cards to turn off Blood Debt. Otherwise, he's taking 12 damage from Blood Debt at the end of turn. So he almost certainly is going to take damage just to be able to keep cards and do that. I think he might be taking all the damage this turn, too. I mean, he has to keep cards. So we got the 3 from Chromai, the 4 from the Ashwings. Yeah, he's taking it all. And so tempo is really swinging back into E-Up's favor, not only establishing a strong board presence, getting a ton of damage in addition to all of that, he's gaining 3 life, and now he's shrunk the life deficit from 31 to 13, which is 19-point life deficit, 18-point life deficit. It's only a 4-point life deficit. I mean, that's a massive swing of 14 life there. Plus, he's got a pretty strong board presence still, and I think Eric is likely just to attack with this Dread Screamer into the Chromai. Oh, I do think we may have missed that Ash creation that I mentioned earlier when he pitched for Lost in Thought. He should have had an Ash. I think maybe someone's mentioning it to them. You're not really supposed to, as far as I understand, not supposed to intervene in games. If something is missed, it is missed for the most part. Although, once again, I'm not a judge. But usually I would just let them keep going. But it seems like you cannot miss the Ash, and he must get it. Not an optional trigger there, even if you miss it. Here we do have that Dread Screamer. Other Dread Screamers being pitched. Gonna banish 3. I suppose he can pitch the Blood Rush Bellows in his hand to a Claw the Chromai, which is likely what's going on here. I do think this is only a blue Dread Screamer. Oh, he's running out of graveyard pretty quickly, and he whiffs. Wow, no 6 power here. And I think he might be taking 12 Blood Debt this turn, which means he will transform into Blasmafet. But maybe he wasn't expecting to do it this early. So now we don't even have go again, actually, because we did miss. So this is 4 just at the face. Down to 12. And then, yeah, and then he missed on that Dread Screamer. So no go again, just 4. And then taking 12 Blood Debt. So what's going to happen here is Blasmafet Consumed, which is his demi-hero, comes out once you hit 13 from Blood Debt. So if you're taking Blood Debt damage and you're going down to 13, it will stop you once you hit 13. And then you will essentially transform into the new hero, which gives you a much stronger hero ability. And then you will continue taking Blood Debt from that point. But Blasmafet's hero ability says if you would take Blood Debt instead, you mill that many cards face down into your banished. So basically, he will go to 13 here. He's not taking all 12. He's going to take 7 of it. And then the last 5 is going to be banished face down. Now, Blasmafet's hero ability says that he can play 1 card from his banished zone each turn. With Blood Debt. But all cards put into his banished zone from now on are put in face down. So any future cards put into his banished zone, he does not get to play. Otherwise, he could just keep playing cards infinitely. All future cards in his banished zone are put in their face down. You do get to see them. It's not like you're never going to see them because they're your cards, but you can see, I believe you can see them because I believe they get flipped over and then banished face down. I could be wrong about that. But either way, they are face down, so they're not considered playable from your banish is the most important part. So now we have flipped into Blasmafet, but we have 12 Blood Debt. So if he's not turning it off, I'm not sure you can on Blasmafet. We don't have the old Levia hero ability, so he's going to be banishing 12 cards from the top of his deck every turn. He can obviously shrink that by playing 1 of them each turn. I think he might have a Howl from Beyond to play as well, so he can shrink it by 2 next turn, going to only 10 Blood Debt, but to be honest, 10 Blood Debt is still a lot to mill. Now this is going to be a whiff on Lost in Thought, which is really helpful for Eric. This Lost in Thought can only grab attack actions. He won't be giving a Ponder because it's only if you can take an attack action. But it is just a wasted card. He effectively did nothing with this Lost in Thought. Eric is quite on the backseat now. After a very strong early game, he is now likely to mill himself out. Yep, seemed to have missed another Ash generation when he played that Lost in Thought, but it is. We've realized already it's not a May, so he has to get it. Now he can start attacking with Chrome Eyes and stuff like that. He knows Eric has no poppers because he just looked at his hands. But Eric also is no longer really interested in his hand except for pitch, because he is going to be needing to play these cards from his Blood Debt. So he's likely going to be taking almost anything Eop throws at him and just blocking it. Now Eop is going to gain 3 up to 15. With that Sigil, arsenaling the last card. So what's likely is going to happen here is Eric is going to, he's got 2 cards in hand. I think he's got a blue and a yellow. He's going to play this Howl from Behind, play an attack with Blood Debt. It's going to take him down from 12 to 10 Blood Debt, but then he's going to banish 10 cards face down at the end of the turn. He really is likely to deck here before he can kill Eop. Seems he went maybe a little too aggressive with the Blood Debt, but I'm not a Levia player, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Oh, okay. So maybe he doesn't have either. He doesn't have the Howl from Beyond, or he doesn't want to play it. Wow. Okay, and so we are rolling with Scab Skins and got 3 extra action points, but not sure if we're gonna be able to use them all. Playing an Endless Maul with Go again here. So this is gonna take us 1 less blood debt at least. We're at 11 blood debt now. So banish 3 cards. You get to see them to a check if any of our 6 or more power, which we do have one, but then they are put face down, so you can no longer use them in the future. They don't influence any of your blood debt numbers. He's just putting them in the bottom. Did we have a claw before this? I didn't even see it happen so fast. Oh, and we are pitching now for that Endless Maul. Just making sure to do that. I, for some reason, really thought he had a Howl from Beyond playable from his banish zone, which I would have likely played if I was him, just to maybe banish 1 less card this turn. I do think there's not much E-Up has to do from this point. I think he can almost certainly just block out, and Eric will deck himself within the next 2 or 3 turns from how much he's banishing. He'll be banishing his top 11 cards this turn, face down, and then likely his top 10 next turn. But E-Up's saying, you know, I'll keep up the pressure anyways, why not? Let's take some damage here. Took 5 after blocking 4 with the sink below. Was able to keep all 3 of his cards in hand and his arsenal. And now we're going to see Eric banish 11 cards. So you get to see them first, like I said, but then they will be put face down into your banish. It's almost all 6 powers too, which is crazy. So he's going through effectively 15 cards this turn, because not only did he banish those 11, he's also drawing 4 more. He's got likely 2 more turns he's able to do this before he's out of cards. You know, notably, you can do this forever. You don't technically run out of cards, because as long as you have something to play from your blood debt, you can cycle a blue pitch with them. Obviously, the major issue with that is you have no way to block at that point. You're just cycling attacks with a blue. And being at 5 life, you're going to need to block a little if you're Eric. We got a Blaze Headlong coming in after a Billowing Mirage. It's quite a lot of non-Phantasm damage coming across the board. I believe Eric just took that first 3 from Billowing Mirage, and E-Up made an Ashwing with it. Now we're going to use the 1 block from Blaze Headlong. Then E-Up's going to throw one of his Ashwings out, and it's just going to get popped with a Command and Conquer. I imagine the reason Eric does this is because he wants to kill E-Up this turn. He cannot block too much. He has to start taking the damage, because if he's blocking in any way, he is going to be decking himself within a turn or 2. So we are banishing a Mark of the Beast, but it's going to get banished face down. And it was discarded with Blood Rush Bellows, so he'll draw 2 and get +1 this turn. Sorry, +2 this turn on all his brute attacks. Now he's got quite a bit of damage he can represent, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think he can kill E-Up. E-Up has the 2 block on his Crown of Providence, all 3 block left on his chest piece, so potentially 5 block on his armor, plus likely 11 or 12 in hand, so up to maybe 16 or 17 in hand. I think maybe they realized the player camera is a bit messed up, but that's okay. I'm not sure which card you mean is discarded, but the Mark of the Beast was discarded, but because of its effect, it goes straight to banish. Still counts as the discard, though. Now we're going to come in the Claw. The Claws are the reason you play this Blood Rush Bellows, basically. Coming for 5, go again. Eup's just going to give him the crown and the 3 block. Eup, I'm sure knows he just needs to block out the next turn or two, and so he's probably cycling a card that doesn't block 3 with the crown to try to find another 3 block. Crown for, or another claw for 5. I would probably give him a 3 block and your chess piece here. Just efficiently block 5 again. And there we see it, Command and Conquer and the Flame Scale Furnace. And so now Eric has a few lines of play. He can likely play 2 more attacks, one from his hand and one from his Banish Zone. Banish Zone, he can play 1 Blood Debt attack per turn with Blasphemous ability. And he can pretty easily do this as long as he has enough pitch just by activating the Scab Skins. He does also have, I think, a Dread Screamer in hand, so he might be able to do it either way. He is going to threaten quite a lot of damage this turn. I don't think it's going to be lethal. If he attacks with a Dread Screamer for 8, and then maybe he can attack for 10, threatening 18. Actually, it is pretty close to lethal. He might have it. I can't tell you for sure, but it's going to be quite a lot. So he's going to play it safe. No Scab Skins. Just play the Dread Screamer as the card from Banish. He'll pitch a blue, so he'll have 2 floating. Now, the risky part here is that Dread Screamer does have to hit a 6 power or greater to work, which is why I maybe would have considered Scab Skins first, just to be double safe. And I do think he hits. I think, yeah, that's a red Endless Maw. And now they are going to go face down into the Banish, but this is 8 go again off of this Dread Screamer. It looks like Eric is getting pretty close to being able to close it out with damage, which is his only option, as he is going to almost certainly deck himself soon. And Eup is going to take it from 10 to 2. We're about to find out what Eric's last attack is of the turn. Looks like Eric should have been on 2 as well. Had not been tracking his life quite as closely because, frankly, Eric's life is not the important part, it's his deck size. And yeah, he said, okay, I mean, I don't have another choice. I have to attack you with this Graveling Growl. I mean, he has to just attack with them. I'm not quite sure what he was actually thinking about as the other option. Maybe arsenaling it? You certainly have to attack with it here. So if this is a yellow, it's for 8. If it's a red, it's for 9. I think either one should be lethal, yeah? If Eup can only block 6. Oh, and he has the Sink Below from Arsenal. Taking no damage there. I think that was potentially lethal if there was no Sink Below in Arsenal there. No other way to gain or prevent damage from Arsenal. Eric showing how much damage Levia can really do, but I think unfortunately that Sink Blow might have lost him the game. He's got 1 turn left here to try to finish Eup off. I think Eup has no cards in hand, has no Arsenal. And so Eric's going to draw 4 cards. He gets to pick one of them he draws because he had 3 in deck, and he's putting 3 in from the pitch zone. Eup gets to attack for 1 with the dragon, but with no go again, almost certainly Eric's just going to take it to 1. Very close game. I've enjoyed this one quite a lot. I'm not sure if he's looking at maybe blocking it. There's almost no reason to ever block this. Taking it to 1. And so now it's this turn that is everything. Eric has, I believe, 2 cards left in deck. He will be decked at the end of this turn from Blood Debt. So he has to kill this turn or be decked for the rest of the game and just instantly lose at that front. So he has to find a way to deal 2 damage over what Eup can block with. Eup has a full 4-card hand, obviously, and he has 1 block on Flame Scale Furnace. And this is a fantastic start. Intimidate is instantly going to take 3 potential block from Eup's hand. This is effectively dealing 3 damage, right? He doesn't get to choose. He's going to play Sigil. This card doesn't block anyways. And it's going to gain him 3 life, so he's at 5 now. Sigil effectively just blocking for 3. This card's getting banished. If Eric's lucky, it is a 2 block, or one of his 3 blocks, I mean. I'm not sure if I would have played the Sigil, because now it's getting a bit harder to turn off the barraging beatdown effect. So now he has to deal 5 damage over the 2 cards in Eop's hand plus the Flame Scale Furnace, right? So assuming those are both 3 blocks, as generally they will be, plus the Flame Scale Furnace, he's got 7 potential block on Eop's side. So Eric needs to deal 12. We're about to find out if he can do that. I actually do think he's a pretty good odd of dealing 12 here. Pretty good odds, I should say, of dealing 12. So if he plays a Dread Screamer from his Banish Zone, that'll be 6 go again. He just needs to play any 6 from hand after that, and he's got 12 right there. And the second barraging is going to be game. Certainly, because barraging requires you to block with 2 non-equipment, and after the second Intimidate, it is now not possible for Eop to block with 2 non-equipment. He only has, 3 or maybe 4 if he's lucky block in hand. Any attack should kill at this point. What a close game. This is one of my favorite games of the event, certainly, because this is the make or break it a turn, and he made it happen, Eric, over here. I mean, with 2 cards left in deck, he had to kill him this turn. But with the absolutely beautiful Blood Rush Bellows turn last turn, he is going to end up killing him with this card. This looks like maybe 2 Barraging Beatdown Blues plus the 3 from Howl from Beyond. It's going to be for a total of +7, and it's likely for 9 itself. But all Eop can do is block 4, and it's game. I'm a bit confused why... Is something not happening here? That should be. They seem to be thinking about something, but... Is it not for 7 plus 7 for 14? Oh, okay, I see what happened. See, this is how I'm not a Levia player. Thank you, chat. Yeah, potential misses were left out. So I think they're maybe ruling that you just aren't... I mean, if I was a judge, I would potentially say either you have to re-roll, put them in, and then roll again with the cards that you had banished, or I would say you just don't get the benefit. Should be lethal either way, right? I think no matter what, it's lethal here. So that's game. We'll say Levia's the winner. That should have been game. I don't see them tapping the life totals, but I think even without the benefit of Endless Maw, Eop is dead. Very good game from both players. Slight misplay at the end there, obviously, of not putting the barragings and everything into his graveyard. I think he was just getting a bit excited because he knew he had the confirmed kill. Yeah, it is lethal damage no matter what, so it is a bit of a misplay in his advantage at the end there, but to be frank, he didn't cheat at any other point that game, and that cheat wouldn't have mattered even a little bit. He's dead anyways, so I don't think it was intentional by any means on Eric's part, considering it makes no difference. But still an important thing that you should not miss, so make sure you put your non-attack actions, directly into your graveyard after they're played. It's nice to represent them on the combat chain, just so you don't forget about them, but they should be, especially if you're playing Levia, directly in your graveyard. Very good game, though. I mean, it's very exciting to see Eric come from what seems like almost certainly going to deck himself with 12 Blood Debt on a Blasmafet, where he had missed the banish on a Levia, took 12 Blood Debt, had to transform into Blasmafet, went from there to a really strong Blood Rush Bellows turn, and just 2 to 3 back-to-back damage turns that were able to finish Eop off despite all of Eop's defensive capabilities. Had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed that game too. We're going to take about an hour break. We're going to be back at 1:15 local time for the top 8 of the event. That was the last round of Swiss. So after this, we're going to have the top 8, which is also classic constructed. I will get the top 8 players to you as soon as I have them, as well as their heroes. But so far, a really fun event. I think that was a great game to finish off the classic constructed rounds with. I think all of our classic constructed games today were really good so far. We just had a Kano versus Tank Dash, which was really interesting to watch. And then before that, I believe we had a Dromai into a hybrid dash, which was also quite fun to watch. So since we do have an hour break or so, if you just came to the stream, I recommend going and checking out those previous games. There's a wonderful rewind feature on YouTube. But otherwise, it's time for us to grab an hour lunch, and we will be back at 1:15 local time for the top 8 of the Dutch National Championship. Okay, I know we are a few minutes late, but we have a bit of lag on the stream real quick, but we have the feature match. Not sure why it's lagging all of a sudden as soon as I hit go. But hopefully you can hear me. We are coming back. Just having a little bit of lag from the stream laptop. But we have Bolton versus Dromai. So it's going to be a pretty fun stream match. Got Bradley Wayburn on Bolton. I think we've got PTI event starting up in a second. Getting I think updated on the other end. So it's going to be Bolton versus Dromai. You saw earlier our top 8 is mostly Dromai. Okay, since it seems like it's... Oh, there we go. Okay, we are working again. And should have the new frame. Okay. I think players are counting their decks right now. Shuffling and stuff like that. But yeah, we've got a pretty exciting game. I had seen... So the top 8, just to clarify if you're just getting back, we have 5 Dromai. We have 1 Bolton, 1 Briar, and 1 Dash. So 5 Dromai, 1 Bolton, 1 Briar, and 1 Dash. We had already seen Dash on stream twice, so it was basically picking between Briar and Bolton to be on stream. And I was really favoring the Bolton, so we got Bolton on stream here. Playing against one of the 5 Dromais. Looks like the Dromais, we're going to have 2 Dromais playing each other. Actually, I think 4 of the Dromais are playing each other. Sorry, no. 1 Dromai is playing Bolton. 1 Dromai is playing Dash. Yeah, and then 2 of the Dromais are playing each other, and 1's playing Briar. So each of the non-Dromai players is playing against the Dromai. And then 2 of the Dromais are pairing into each other, obviously, if there's 5 of them. So no matter what, we're going to have a Dromai in the semifinals. We'll see how far they can go. Our Bolton is our 8th place player for the top 8, so bubbling in there with Bolton is pretty exciting. Right before we had gotten our top 8 announced, I was actually complaining to a judge about how I wish Bolton was stronger. It seems like I might have to eat my words, as they say. I hope I do, because Bolton's very cool. Not sure how long it'll be till they're ready to go, but shouldn't be too much longer, and then we'll be ready to do the stream matches. Very excited to hop into the top 8 here. It's been a very long but fun weekend. Thanks for anyone who stuck around for all of it, or anyone that's just hopping by now for the top 8. While we're waiting, I'll just read off our top 8. So we've got Malik here, who is in the 1st seed on Dromai. We also have Kevin, who is the 2nd seed on Dromai. Didier, also known as DJ, we followed one of his drafts yesterday. He's 3rd seed on Briar. Ian is 4th seed on Dromai. Stefan, who we saw, I think, twice yesterday on stream. Stefan is 5th seed on Dromai. Manheim is 6th seed on Dromai. And then Sander, who I think we also saw on stream just now, is 7th on Dash. And here we have Bradley is 8th on Bolton. So, lots of Dromai, obviously. But then, some exciting other heroes. Bolton, obviously the most exciting. But Dash and Briar as well. If you've noticed, No Lexi though, which is a little not surprising considering we didn't have Lexi as the most played hero, but still a bit surprising because she was the second most played hero. There was over a dozen people playing Lexi, but none of them converting into the top 8 actually. While quite a lot of the Dromais, I mean, 5 is more than you would expect even with 20 Dromais. 20 out of 89 and a quarter of the Dromais converted into a top 8. Looks like we're getting started here. Since Malik is going first, that means he does, or he's the first seed, I mean, that means he does get the advantage of basically deciding who's going to go what turn order. And Dromai, in this matchup especially, would like to go first to try to establish some permanence. It also means he gets full advantage of his time skippers, which are boots that are pretty popular now for Dromai. You can activate them and you can pitch 3 red cards, just instantly get 3 Ash, which is just a massive advantage. Crown of Dominion was pretty popular, but the draw card was not the important part of that. It was the fact that you could just pitch 2. But this is a much better version of Crown of Dominion, to be honest. And then you get an Arsenal. So that's kind of what Dromais are trying to do now, is go first, pitch 3 reds to time skippers, and then Arsenal. Now we've got Bolton starting with the aggression. So we can see he's on Raiden here. He's also rocking my new favorite legendary equipment, which is the Iron Song Versus, a very strong arm piece. And so he'll be pretty clearly on an aggressive game plan here. So it looks like we're starting with Beaming Bravado. This is going to get +1 if you charge a yellow card, and he did. He charged a Banner of Gallantry, I believe is what's called, which gives you a Quicken when you charge it. So he's got that Quicken as well. Very strong start. Not only can you just instantly give this go again because it's got power greater than its base, you can also fix that. This matchup is going to be a bit hard, specifically because Bolton is good into heroes that have the ability to block with a lot of attack actions. He really wants to play against anyone who has a lot of attack actions, and Dromai is mostly non-attacks. Interesting that he didn't give it go again and attack with Raiden there. Maybe wanting to hold on to Soul for later. Not sure the exact decision. He even had a card in hand still. But starting off with Malik, gonna go Ash neutral, playing a Yenderai, which is gonna get popped right away, which is huge for Bradley, because now we're -1 card for Malik. Oh, and he is not gonna actually go minus card. He's gonna pitch that extra card to make an Ash with Flamescale Furnace. I do think he should be still at, I think he should be at 4 Ash now, because he was at 3. He should have stayed at 3 when he pitched a red for Yenderai, but maybe I missed something. Back to the Bolton. Looks like we've got a Bolt of Courage, charging another Banner of Gallantry. So he's going to get a Quicken token activated on this, and he'll get a new Quicken token right away. Very strong charge cards to see off right away. And unfortunately, like I said, Dromai is mostly non-attacks, so he's not normally going to get the Bolton +1 ability off. And it is a bit important to get that +1 ability. For example, if he had been blocking with a attack action here, there's a chance this would leak the 1 over and get him to draw a card. But as it is, this 3 is likely to get just blocked for 3. Does have go again though, so he'll be able to attack with at least Raiden no matter what. But he does have 2 cards in hand, so maybe he'll be able to attack with a little more than just Raiden, I hope. It's really dependent on how many poppers he has. If he's made it into the top 8 through a field of 20 Dromais, I would suspect he has either the best luck in the world or a game plan into Dromai. But I'm going to hope it's a game plan into Dromai here, which probably entails quite a lot of poppers mixed with aggression. Typically the best way to beat Dromai is aggression and then some poppers along the way to help. And quite a big think from Malik here, putting Flamescale Furnace in front of it, so I'm going to guess this is a yellow Bolt of Courage. Then we've got another Bolt of Courage. this one using the other quicken token he just made. So go again. Since he's already charged this turn, it'll still have the draw card on hit. And I don't know if this one's a red or a yellow, but probably going to take a card from Malik. Giving Bolton just a free card draw is not what he's going to want to see. So we did see one popper already with the Celestial Cataclysm. He, I think, as Bolton, can maybe have up to 9. I think it's unlikely he has all 9, but you could have 3 Command and Conquers, 3 Bolting Blades or Beaming Blades. No, Beaming Blades the new weapon, so I think it's Bolting something. And then you can have the 3 Celestial Cataclysm. Yeah, Bolting Blade is the word for it. It's like we're having a little lag with the internet right now. Oh, 1 second. Looks like the stream went offline. So we will be right back. Gonna throw something up while we go fix the stream real quick. All right, sorry for the long delay. Uh, we are back. The other laptop just completely disconnected from the internet for some reason. So we're back. I had to grab my phone to. Oh, and it's already lagging again. Okay, we should be good actually. But for some reason, the other laptop is just having a bit of issues connecting to the internet, which is a little unfortunate now that we're in top 8. But I don't have the life total because I had to grab my phone to be able to get it all reconnected. But we can still watch some of the game, and then hopefully the laptop sorts itself out with its internet connection. I can get the phone back in there for the semifinals and the finals. Looks like this game stayed pretty close so far. Not too many dragons in the sunlight on Dromai's side here. And we've got an engulfing light with a beacon of victory on top of it for the Bolton. So he's getting some of that pressure in there. You can see he's been using his soul pretty aggressively here. We've got, looks like maybe 4 cards in banish already. Yeah, and there's the last one. So he is out of soul at this point. Which is a bit tricky because he's going to need to raid in twice. But he actually just used a Banner of Gallantry, his 3rd one here, we can see. And so not only will he have a quicken from this turn when he charged, but he also just had that engulfing light hit and go to soul. So he's going to get to raid in twice here. It's quite strong. He has a card in hand, so he could pitch it to Iron Song versus. Not sure if he will or not. Once again, I apologize about that freeze. Just an internet issue on the other laptop. I had to unlog in and relog in to all the streaming services, which is always a bit time consuming. And of course happens in our top 8. But we got rating coming in for 4 twice here. I'm curious if we'll hit this Ash Ring, but I suspect not because it's just so much lost damage. And this is quite a race for Bolton to be able to finish it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I unfortunately don't know life totals. I can kind of see Malik's life pad there. And we can kind of see Bradley's on the other side too. It does look like we're in the lower life totals here. But I really wish I knew. I apologize. I had to grab my phone to be able to relog into all the streaming services on the laptop. So it is a bit disconnected right now after the other laptop crashed. And I had to go save it a bit. But we'll have life totals back for the next few rounds. Looks like we got the first 4 hit on the Raiden, charging right away. Well, I say charging, flipping the top card into your soul. I guess that was the second 4. I had thought that was the first 4, but I didn't see him give it go again in a second time. Maybe I just missed it. Here's a Mirror Guy. This actually would have been a good card to attack with that pumped up Raiden. Pitching a Sigil of Solace. And pretty quickly, he's throwing all these cards out here. Playing a Necria. Oh, I think he's just excited about how good this play is. We've got Necria here. Coming in for 4 without Phantasm. So, very, very strong. Necria is one of the strongest cards in the aggro matchup. And here we're going to see it put in just as much work. Yeah, stream is back. Sorry about the lag there. We just we're back with just without life totals on my phone. Since I did have to grab that to be able to get the stream live again, and to be honest, when I ran back over here, I'd forgotten to leave my phone there. But we're back. It is a pretty close game still. We can see Malik just established a pretty strong board presence with the Mirror Guy Necria combo. This is going to let him attack for a pretty hefty 4 every turn. It looks like we did pop the Mirror Guy when it came in after, but now Bradley still has to worry about this Necria, which is certainly not easy to kill. Looks like he did take the 4 from it initially. But still a pretty close game. If there's any buffering or freezing, I do apologize. It's a little bit of lag going on right now. Not sure exactly why that is, but bit of a think here from Bradley. I can totally understand. He's got 3 cards in hand after popping and a card in arsenal, but there's a Necria staring him down, and I think an Aether Ashwing too is what that card to the left of the Necria is. Probably not as concerned about the Aether Ashwing, but Necria is quite a thing to deal with. We are attacking here with a Bolt of Courage. Pointed at Malik, so it's going straight at the face. Do wish we had the context of life totals, but there's a certain point where you can at least ignore the dragons a little bit and start going to the face, just like how you used to be able to ignore prism auras at some point. Doubt we're there yet, though. And here we're seeing why this matchup is pretty rough for Boltyn. The dragons are not attacks, so this Bolt of Courage is just blocked with 1 non-attack and not getting much else. He does have the perfect reaction, though. He's got Beacon of Victory to increase its damage by 1. Not only will this let him give it go again, it'll also make it hit and draw a card, and he gets to go find Illumina, so one of the strongest combinations in the deck. I do see a Fate Foreseen in Malik's hand, so we're going to see if he maybe decides to throw that out. Looks like there's a bit of nerves on both players' part, which I can totally understand. Top 8 at Nationals is not a relaxing place to be. Yeah, and he's going to slam that Fate Foreseen down. He's basically trading his Fate Foreseen for the 1 health and stopping a card draw, which is likely worth it. Obviously feels weird to trade it for just 1 damage, but stopping a card draw is pretty important. Here we've got Raiden for 4, doing the same Lumina thing. Another D-React like Sync or Fate would be perfect here, but not sure if he has 2. I just saw the Fate. So both of these are going to have the on-hit of flipping his top card. If it's a light card, it goes into his soul, and he gains a life, which lets him at least replace the soul he's going to use to give this go again. And this is showing the power of Raiden in combination with Lumina. It can do quite a lot. It looks like we're using a Passing Mirage and Crown to be able to block out all 4 of this. I'm actually not sure what the judge question is about here. And it looks like we've got Courageous Steel Hand. I'm a bit surprised to use the Courageous Steel Hand here. Only because I feel like you would want to use it to get an on-hit over. And I don't know if the on-hit of getting a card in Soul is worth it, but he seems to believe it is. So now he's likely going to banish with reaction to give it go again and then attack for another 4. Not sure why we're reading Boltyn's hero ability, but we are. We've got another 4 coming in. It looks like Malik's just going to give him 2 cards for it. Not take any there. Bradley did get some damage in, and he also did, take all of Malik's hand, but there's still a Necria just sitting there that's going to be able to swing every turn, and it's pretty value for Malik to just block 12 and attack for 4. I mean, he's getting 16 value there if he can do that, so at some point Bradley's going to have to interact with this Necria, although it looks like he's actually attacking with the Ashwing and passing. Surprised by that. Maybe he thinks Bradley's likely to have a popper. Maybe he thinks Bradley... Not sure, actually. I mean, it has to be the popper. I mean, obviously, it's the only option, but I'm surprised he thinks Bradley has one. We just saw the Bolting Blade get charged into the soul. I think we've seen 2 or maybe 3 poppers already, so unless he's expecting Bradley to have like 9 or more, I wouldn't have played around the popper there, but there might have been information I didn't notice that showed he has a popper. And he's just trying to be careful. He is the slower control-y deck in this matchup. He's obviously on Big Dragon version, so he can be a bit relaxed and more defensive. He doesn't have to rush to deal damage to Bradley. It's Bradley that really has to rush to deal damage to him. Activating Tunic over on Bradley's side, getting that counter. We're calling Judge real quick. He is likely on 9 poppers, but I don't want to confirm. Actually, I just lied to all of you. I have their deck list, so I can tell you how many poppers he's on. It's not like his opponent can hear the stream. Let's find out. We do have 3 Command and Conquer. We do have 2 Celestial Cataclysm. We have 3 Bolting Blades. So he's got 8 poppers. From what I can see here. Which is quite a lot. But I don't know if it's enough that I would not attack with the Necria. I will say, I can at least understand the fear of getting popped. Quite a bit of a think here. Looks like he took back that Tunic activation. Maybe just didn't feel like it was what he wanted to see this turn. Alrighty. Coming in with the Beaming Bravado. He charged. I don't think he charged a yellow card. Because it's just coming in for 3, and I think it might be a red. So he's actually blocking with an attack, which is going to give it +1 because of Bolton's hero ability. So he can then also use Bolton's hero ability to give it go again. Looks like he's not going to try to be fancy with it. That's pretty valuable for him. You're not often going to get blocked by an attack with a Dromai. I think it looks like a Dust Up that was blocked with. So now we're just coming in with Raiden for 3. Nice thing here is Raiden's obviously has power greater than space, so he can use Bolton's hero ability again to give it go again, and then if he wants to come in with the last card in his hands. I think he actually might have 2 cards left. Gonna use Tunic. Coming with Valiant Thrust for 7 here, I think. And it does seem like he's just done playing with the dragons. I think he's just, I'm not going to attack dragons. I am just going to pop dragons. This would have been a great card to clear Necria, but he wants to hit face, which I don't think is the worst idea. Looks like Malik blocked 6 is going to end up leaking 1 there from the red Valiant Thrust. We are going through Soul pretty quickly. I think we only have 1 card left in Soul here as Bolton, but that is what Raiden often does. I believe Malik's thinking about which dragon to attack with here. He already did, and we passed back to Bradley. I might have missed it for a second. And it was with the Necria. I think that is the smarter play overall. It's more damage. It's more threatening. It's going to get you an Ash. No reason to play around the Popper. Looks like he changed his mind from the previous Ashwing attack. And then he just gets to draw up. I mean, just based on the rate, that's very strong. Thank you, Finn Lamore. I appreciate it. So pretty decent amount of power coming out from both heroes. Bolton's getting quite a bit of damage in, but Dromai just is able to block out 11 or 12 and then attack with Necria to get 15 or 16 value from every hand. Looks like we've got a Take Flight coming in. We're charging a Banner Ray of Courage, which will give him a Courage token. Courage gives the next attack, action, or attack with a weapon, basically any of the next attacks, +1. The only thing it doesn't work on is probably the dragons, actually. Take Flight gets blocked. Doesn't look like it dealt any damage. Then we've got a Can't think of it. Bolt of Courage, that's the word. And it is going to get +1 from the Courage token, which is pretty important because not only does Bolton give it go again now, but also it's much more likely to hit and give him a card draw. Bradley showing off why he should be in this top 8. I mean, very expertly sequencing all of these Bolton turns. I can't see a single mistake in how he's played these attacks. I mean, the only thing you could discuss at this point is if he should be attacking the dragons or not, but basically every attack played in the correct order in every way. Here we've got the activation of Ironsong Versus with a Raiden. This will give the Raiden the on-hit of making a Courage token, but unfortunately just getting blocked by a 3-block non-attack and burn them all, so no buff from Bolton, just going to get blocked 3-on-3. Arsenaling his last card. Looks like Malik has once again blocked with all his cards, and is once again going to just throw an Ekria at him. This game plan is going to work pretty well for Malik until Bradley finds a popper, and then Malik is going to have to find a new big dragon to keep around. I unfortunately don't know what life is. I had to grab the life counter, which is on my phone, to fix the stream when it crashed about 10 minutes ago. So I could go ask them to start using it again, but I really don't want to interrupt players in the middle of a top 8. It's a very important event for these players, and I don't want to make someone lose because I threw off their mental just by saying, hey, I'm going to put my phone back down. Can you start using it again? But we can kind of see how it's going. Looks like it's still pretty close. We're in the mid to late game. Necria connected again there for 4. Getting another -1 counter and another Ash. It looks like Bradley's mostly the beatdown here, but Malik is actually getting a ton of value from this Necria that might be countering almost all of the value Bradley's getting on his end. He really needs to pop it at some point. He's thinking about this. He's pitching Beacon of Victory, which is one of his strongest cards. He's already played 2 of them. Take Flight at Malik, charging an Engulfing Light. Looks like it's for 3 or 4 go again. Whatever it is, it's getting blocked by a Sink Blow. Malik gets the Sync effect, and now we've got our next attack. We probably have one more attack and then Raiden. Looks like he's thinking maybe I can finally take this Necria out, because it is at 3 counters, so he just needs to deal 3 to it. Activating Ironsong Versus with the floating, once again attacking for 3 at Malik. It's going to get blocked right by a dragon. Giving it go again. And it looks like we're coming in with one of the new cards, I think Lighted Up, from, let's see what it's called. No, Lighted Up is the Lexi card. Light the Way is the name of it, and that's going to take out the Necria. Having a little bit of lag. Yeah, the Dromai is having a bit of glare on their side, but not, unfortunately, too much we can do with it unless we want to ask them to turn the lights off. See another popper there, which is nice. So now we just have 3 Ash Wings to deal with that Malik just created. This game's been pretty back and forth. I've really enjoyed it overall. Bradley's doing what he should be doing, being the aggressive deck. And then Malik is being the defensive deck, but getting some dragons out. This is almost exactly how you would expect it to play out, but it's playing out very beautifully. Take Flight again. Pitching a Light the Way. Charging a Banner Ray. I believe this one gives the on-hit of either an extra resource or healing. It's one of those two. Can't quite tell by looking at it. Looks like it's just going to get blocked with the Mirror Guy. It's going to deal 1. And then it looks like based on it hitting there and what he wrote down, it's going to gain him 1. So it is the gain 1 life. That's pretty value, which means this Raiden effectively swung for 4 when it hit. Or sorry, that Take Flight swung for an extra 1. So pretty value overall. Now we've got this Raiden. It looks like Malik has picked up Bradley's graveyard and he's just checking for poppers, I would assume. Might be a few other things he's checking for, like how many Luminas he's gone through. The answer is 2. I think he's mostly interested in how many poppers are in there. I will say Bradley was fairly lucky with his Lumina charges. I think he charged a Popper, but other than that, he didn't hit any other Luminas or anything like that, which is good. Having a little bit of lag here. Looks like we're making a Chrome Eye. That's going to be a problem already. We've got our 3 Ashwings. And it looks like Bradley's willing to just take most of this. He's got the Ashwings coming in now. I suspect Bradley's just saying, I'm going to take these. Maybe he did hit one Lumina. Actually, now that you mention it, I saw one in his banished zone, or we watched him move it from his soul to his banish. So either he hit one or he charged it. So he actually might be out of Luminas, because I think we watched him resolve 2 already. We've got Yenderai resolved coming in. This may be when the game runs away from Bradley. I think so far Bradley had a lot of the pressure. He was doing a great job keeping the board fairly cleared. I mean, there was a Necria and an Ashwing for a while, and that was it. But now it's evolved into a Yenderai, a Chromai, 3 Ashwings. Unless Malik's almost dead, this might be... That might have been the turn for Malik that really switches the game into a way for him to close it out. He's likely feeling pretty confident from this point, and you can see it put Bradley in the tank right away. He's thinking quite a lot about what he's going to do here. He's thinking so much he's put his hand down just to consider math and play lines. Alright, we'll see what he ends up doing. We do have Tunic on 3, so he can do a V of the Vanguard line pretty well. Use it for a take flight. It's always nice to get Tunic to 3 for Bolton. Happy to see a Bolton in the top 8 and on stream. Either way this game goes. Still in the tank. Now we're going to look at the graveyard. I think top 8 should be untimed, so it's really no rush for Bradley how long he takes to figure out what his line's going to be, but it is interesting maybe how stuck he feels right now. It is certainly going to be a hard spot for him to decide on his next line. It looks like we are going to have a Tunic via the Vanguard turn. I think we put 2 cards in that soul. And one of them was obviously a Banner Ray of Courage, because we have a Courage token coming out. So this will be for 4. And he'll be able to pretty easily give it go again by banishing a card. Sorry, it should be 5, actually, because he put 2 cards into his soul. We see Malik just giving him 2 cards for 6. He's going to give it go again by banishing from soul. And then we've got a Beaming Bravado coming in. If it's red, it should be for 5 as well. Maybe even 6 if he charged a yellow this turn, which he did. Giving it go again. I mean, this is going to be a pretty big turn. I see only a 4 on it. Maybe it was a yellow or a blue beaming. And then we've got Raid in here, which will come in for 5. Having a bit of lag, unfortunately, but pretty big damage turn as well. Bradley's giving it go again. Got something coming in at the end here after the Raid in. Does seem like he's mostly ignoring the dragons, and it does look like he missed the Courage token, which should have given, I think, the Beaming Bravado +1. Doesn't seem like he intentionally missed it at all. Seems like he just realized as he was playing his cards pretty quickly that there was a Courage token out there. We're having to rewind a little. I think I may have fixed some of the lag. No, maybe not. maybe thinking a little more positive than I should. We've got the rating coming in here for 5. We are just discussing if this courage token should have affected that beaming bravado earlier. What should have exactly happened? To be honest, I'm not sure how I would rule here, because maybe Malik would have blocked differently if the courage token had been active on the beaming bravado. If we're ruling in the sense that you need to remember your beneficial triggers, in worst case scenario, the courage token pops and he gets nothing from it. If we're saying that you just can't miss it, it should either apply to the beaming bravado or just still be sitting around. I think we are banishing a card from Soul here to give Raiden go again, because we have what looks like decided that the courage is just not going to pop since we missed it. And this has got both players in the tank a little. Look at this board state. It's a bit of a mess. We got Chromite, 3 Ashwings, and a Yenderai, which were all effectively ignored by Bradley here. I think we might be done with the judge ruling. We're just thinking about our next line. So I see the courage token still out. It looks like we're just thinking a little here. Unless we did escalate to head judge. It does look like the players are just waiting right now. Yeah, and judge is back, so looks like we were waiting on the judge ruling. I thought maybe they were just in a tank a lot. It's a pretty important trigger to miss here. To be honest, I don't know what happened. It looks like he just missed it because he should have had it. Then we've got an Illuminate coming in for a decent amount of damage. It looks like it's just going to have the equipment thrown in front of it, but the equipment's not enough to stop it, so it will connect and go into his soul. But now he's just going to take a beating. I mean, we've got Chromai coming in for 3, and he's getting an action point to attack with this Yenderai for another 3. Or not? Did I miss something? Or did they just not announce the Yenderai and talked about it out loud? I didn't see them write down 2 numbers, so I think they missed it or something else happened there. We get another V of the Vanguard here. Charging another Banner Ray of Courage, so this one only 1 card charge for the V, but that makes it come in for 4. Gonna be able to give it go again, getting that Courage token, and it looks like it's just getting blocked right away with a Sink Blow. Got the Raiden after it for 5. Likely going to get go again as well, and then whatever the last card in his hand is, I'm going to guess whatever the last card in his hand in costs 1 because he didn't activate Iron Song Versus. Oh my goodness, and the Bolton player wins it. I can't believe he had enough damage. I mean, we didn't have life totals, right? But that is incredible. The Bolton is making it to the semifinals. And it looks like he just had enough damage every turn. I mean, we did see some very strong Lumina turns, so we know he had done quite a lot of damage to Malik. That's very impressive that he was able to get there just by ignoring the dragons. I would not have thought that you could have done enough damage over the top of Dromai's blocking ability, but he did it. I mean, there was a Necri out for multiple turns. There's a Chromai and a Yenderai just sitting on the battlefield here. And effectively, the Bolton just ignored everything. Said, I don't really care about your dragons. I'll pop them when I get a popper. But typically, I'm just going to ignore them and smack you in the face. And off of the back of 2 really strong Lumina turns and 2 really strong V of the Vanguard turns, he just kills the Dromai. Bolton getting there, I really thought this was going to be an awful matchup for Bolton, if I'm being honest. I mean, it seems like he'll almost never get the Bolton ability trigger with how many non-attacks Dromai has, but he obviously understands this matchup quite well because this field is mostly Dromais. We have 5 Dromais in the top 8, and then she was the most played deck in the full field. But, he's in top 8 for a reason, and he just took down the first seed of the event, player who had the best score throughout all of yesterday and today, leading into the top 8, and Bolton takes that one. It's absolutely incredible gameplay. Well, that was amazing to watch. I hope you all enjoyed it. I do apologize that the game, the connection dropped for a little there. We don't have the life totals. It was a bit scuffed just because of some internet issues. But I still really enjoyed watching that. I mean, that Bolton really just was so aggressive and dealt so much damage. I'm just impressed that a Bolton can deal that much damage, honestly. But I'm going to go try to get everything a bit more situated for next round. Hope you all enjoyed the game so far. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the semifinals. All right, so we did just see Bolton demolish a Dromai effectively, which was honestly quite a surprise to me. But it happened, so that's where we are. We're gonna be waiting for next round. Next round, we will have Briar on stream. Briar just beat their Dromai opponent, and we have one game left running for quarterfinals. That game is a Dash versus Dromai, and whoever wins that will be playing against the Briar. So we'll have either Dash or Dromai playing against the Briar on stream next round for the semifinals. The Briar is DJ, who we watched his draft earlier, so it's great to see him in it. No, sorry, the semifinals is coming soon. This was the quarterfinals that just happened. Bolton beat Dromai, and pretty convincingly, I have to say. It looked like he really knew what he was doing, and I mean, it was very beautiful to watch. He mostly ignored the dragons, which I typically would think is a losing endeavor, but worked out very well for him. We are just waiting on the last rounds. Like I said, we're gonna have Briar versus something. Should be interesting to see. I was able to get my phone back out there for life totals, as you can see, but I don't know if there's much we can do about the little bit of lag and the glare. The glare is just from sunlight above them and the lights. The only way to do that would be to maybe hang a sheet up over the players' heads. And the lag is just how strong the internet is, but seems like the lag's doing okay right now. Hopefully the lag holds away for the rest of the event. We got 2 rounds left of Dutch National Championships. ENTCG, I know, won the Dromai Mirror. And then DJ won against the Dromai as Briar. And then we just see Bolton won against the Dromai. So far we know our semifinals is Dromai, Briar, Bolton. And then we are waiting to see what the last hero will be. It will either be another Dromai or a Dash. Bolton did win. It was a very good game. The internet did unfortunately drop in the middle of it, so if you rewind to watch it, there's a little bit of a missing part, but it was still a great game to watch. Bolton is playing against another Dromai again next round. He's playing against ENTCG, one of the best Dromais in the world. But I don't really want to watch a repeat, and I also hate making players be on coverage for multiple rounds in a row, unless it's like watching a draft, for example. But we're going to give him a break, and we're going to have Briar versus, like I said, either Dash or Dromai, depending on who wins the last running game right now. All right, that is your semis. Next round, we're going to have Briar versus either Dash or Dromai. They're the last one in game right now, so we will see one of them against our Briar next round. Okay, I think the Dromai beat the Dash. So now we have the semis as Briar versus Dromai and Bolton versus Dromai. And since we just watched Bolton versus Dromai last round, we're going to watch Briar versus Dromai this round. Sorry about all the Dromai on stream, but she is doing very well at the event. should be here with the semis in just a few minutes now. I do believe all of our quarterfinals games finished. But I do have to say, very impressed with the Bolton. If you look at the breakdown of the meta, it was the only Bolton. So Bolton converting 100% into top 8. It's not as big of a surprise that we had 1 Briar, 1 Dash, and 5 Dromai. It is more Dromai than you would expect out of 20, but you would have expected maybe 3 Dromai, 2 Lexi, something like that instead of 5 Dromai, but okay, I just came in and got told that we are opening the gold foils on stream right now. So if you're not here already, it is time to get excited. I think they're just waiting for the Dutch to go tell them they're good to go. But yeah, we're going to be opening the gold foils right on stream. We got Ian, TCG on the left, Kevin on the right. I think they're pretty excited to see what these are. Judge is going to go tell them we're good to rip them. Looks like Ian's going first. Honestly, I don't know what the gold foils can be. I assume they're like legendary gold foils. Let's find out what it is. And we got a Cornet Peak. That's a pretty good one, I have to say. I mean, it's used. It's not used by Ian, I'll tell you that, but it is a card that's used. Which is better than not being an unplayable card. Oh no. We have a little bit of lag. No, I feel so bad for Kevin. Kevin, I'm so sorry. The stream does not want to see your gold foil. Okay, it unlagged. A little. Okay. I'm really praying that the stream unlags enough that we can see what his card is. Okay, it looks like we made it back in time. He's very carefully opening this black envelope. Is that an Alluvian Casellas? Oh no. Okay, maybe that one's not as good as the Cornet Peak. I think Cornet Peak has to be a pretty good one. I don't know the values. Oh, we got other people coming too. I didn't realize there's going to be all 4 of them opening their gold foils. Is it just top 4 gets gold foils? Is that why we're opening them now? I did not honestly know what the exact pricing was. So we've got, those were our 2 Dromai players. Now we've got our Bolton on the right here. Gonna find out what his is. I feel like Bolton is gonna pull the money. Oh, in the Iron Song versus! Wow, what a perfect pull. That one is meant for him. I mean, he's playing that in his deck. He just won a game off of the back of some of the power of Iron Song versus. Okay, that has to be my favorite of the pulls. Even if it's not worth as much as Cornet Peak, it's gotta be cooler. What's Briar gonna get? Oh, an Empyrean Rapture is the new Prism card. The new Prism legendary chess piece. It's weird that that's a gold foil if that's possible, just because there's honestly a prettier version that's extended art, but either way, we got that. I'd say the Iron Song Versus is my favorite, just since he just won with that card. That has to be the coolest part. Well, I appreciate the players for doing that. I didn't expect that to happen. I had a judge literally run into my back room where I'm streaming this and say they're going to open their gold foils live on stream, which is pretty cool. I think Ian with the Cornet Peak maybe got the most valuable one, I would guess. I don't know. But the Iron Song Versus is my favorite because not only is it one of my favorite equipment in the game, but the Bolton actually plays it. We're getting some pictures now. You guys get to watch on stream since it's on the camera a little here. I'm going to get started getting the frame set up for the next round. All right. Looks like players are reviewing each other's deck lists. It is open deck lists in the top 8, so you can look at a full list of what your opponent's playing, and you are allowed to sideboard exactly how you would like for their exact 80. We're going to be starting semis soon. Got DJ on the left on Briar. If you didn't see yesterday, we followed 2 different players through their drafts. And DJ was one of them. We saw him go 2-1 as Chain. You can go watch that if you want from yesterday's live stream. We watched him draft the Chain deck and play all 3 games. Now he's in the semis. And before him, we actually watched Ian draft a Bolton deck and go 3-0 with that. And he is also in the semis. So both of the players we watched drafting are in the semis now. We know how to pick them. And now we're going to watch DJ on his Briar deck that I think his record was quite good with. I know he was 3-0 with it yesterday. And if he converted into 3rd place, he might have been 3-0 with it today too. Playing against a Dromai, DJ did just beat a Dromai last round in the quarterfinals. So he obviously feels pretty comfortable going into this matchup. Kevin beat a Dash last round, knocking, unfortunately, one of the other non-Dromai decks out of contention. We're having a little bit of lag, but should be resolved soon. Do apologize for that. Internet is not exactly perfect, but I'm going to go see if I can fix that a little before the game starts. And also change the camera, or move it a little, because as you can see, it's maybe a little tilted. And then we'll be started in just a few minutes here. Okay, we are back. Just getting ready for semis here. Should be starting in really just a few moments. You might have seen me adjusting the camera a little. There's unfortunately not a ton we can do about a little bit of the glare on the cards and a little bit of lag on the internet. But I'm glad we can bring this to you. I'm not sure if we had even a stream from the Netherlands last year, and I know a lot of countries unfortunately don't get a stream. For example, Belgium right now they're playing, and I think they might have just finished, but they did not have a stream. So I'm happy we can at least bring something to you. And we can at least figure out what's going on. Very excited for this game. I have to say, Briar is one of my favorite heroes. I don't love that she hit Living Legend, but I'm happy I get to see some great content of Briar gameplay before she's gone for good. Thanks everyone that's hopping on. Again, I am sorry for a little bit of jumpiness and lag that's on there, but we can mostly see what's happening. Maybe the internet will bless us with some stronger connection soon. Does look like we're getting started soon. Most of these Dromai players are pretty blinged out. I mean, if we're looking at Kevin's deck there, that looks triple sleeved almost with how thick it is. And I think almost every Dromai player we've seen on stream has had the Marvel Dragons in their deck. I've had a great time streaming this for you all. I hope you've enjoyed watching it. No matter how long you've been here, whether it's all weekend or just for the last 10 minutes. Appreciate you being here. Only got 2 rounds left, and then we're all done. Interested to see who ends up as the Dutch national champion. I believe DJ, who is on the left here, has been in every top 8 the Netherlands has ever had for a national championship, which is 3 at this point. This might be the 4th. I don't know if this is the 3rd or 4th nationals, but he's been in all of them. I don't know how many Kevin's been in, but he's a great Dromai player. He's part of, as you can see on his shirt, he's part of Ian's team. I think Ian put at least both of them and maybe a third person into the top 8 all on Dromai. They basically all play Dromai, and they practice a lot and are very good Dromai players. It looks like this might be Redline Dromai, which is a bit of a change from what I saw Ian playing. I'm pretty sure Ian and a lot of the people that we've seen have been playing Big Dragon, but I see Snapdragon Scalers, which makes me think this is Redline Dromai. Not quite sure which one's harder for Briar to beat. I think Briar might have a similar time into both of them. But Briar doesn't play a lot of poppers, so maybe. I think Redline is typically a bit better into popper decks, and then Big Dragon's better into non-popper decks, so we'll see how this one ends up, though. Looks like we drew our starting hands. I believe DJ was the higher seeded player, so he gets to choose who's going first or second, and he decided to go first. He's going to start just by pitching for a rune chant here. Seeing if there's any priority from Kevin. Kevin says, no, I'm good. Gets an arsenal and passes. You can see how Kevin starts this one off. Obviously, most important is getting Ash to start, so you can actually play your dragons. Pitching a burn them all. I think he's just playing a billowing mirage. I don't think he wants to transform the Ash into the Ash Wing. You need to save that up for just a little longer. Looks like he's going to take that 3. It is just straight damage. And you are the aggro deck, so not much reason to block anything without an on-hit. Now we've got Mirror Guy. This is going to be Ash neutral, pitching the Ender Eye for it. He is using all 4 cards in his hand, so no Arsenal this turn. But just coming in for 2 damage on this Mirror Guy. Not poppable, so I doubt we're going to see it blocked or popped here. Not really worth blocking, just 2 vanilla damage. But I do think it's likely we're going to see it attacked for 4 next turn. So DJ's taken 5 total. He's at 35 now. Nothing with an on-hit, though. And no Arsenal from Kevin, so not developing too much outside of a Mirror Guy and an Ash here. Now we get to watch the crackback from DJ. I think it's very likely to involve a Yender, or an attack on the Mirror Guy. Starting with an E-Strike, this has the Rune Chant on it too. It's gonna certainly be given go again. Otherwise he's wasting his other cards. And so we've got 5 physical and 1 arcane coming over at Kevin here. He could obviously attack the Mirror Guy with this, but it's a little inefficient, attacking for 5 into 4. He plays so many 4 power attacks, he's probably going to wait for a bit to take care of that Mirror Guy. Looks like the Rune Chant's going to come in, taking Kevin down to 39. I'm not even sure Kevin's playing Arcane Barrier, to be honest. I don't think he is. We know he's got Snapdragon Scalers. I think he's just on the, obviously, Flame Scale Furnace and Crown of Providence. So it really depends if he has Null-Worn Gloves or not. I can't quite tell. It is interesting to note that DJ's on Diadic Carapace and not Tunic, where I would have expected that. Looks like we've got just a Sink Below played here to be a fairly efficient block. Just bleeding 1 damage on this, and I'm going to 38. Taking the 1 there. This will trigger getting him an Embodiment of Earth. Remembers that right away. Now we've got that Entwined Lightning coming at the Mirror Guy. No go again on that, though. It looks like that's just all he can do this turn. So he's just going to pass with the card in hand. Sometimes that's how Runeblade draws. You just can't even use everything if you wanted to. I would think he should have blocked with that last card if he can't do anything with it, no? And if you're not going to use it anyways, at least use it to stop damage. We've got another Mirror Guy coming in here. Still Ash neutral, attacking for 2, no on hit. Once again, probably not going to get blocked, and it can't be popped. We've got 1 card left to see what he's going to do. It's likely either going to get Arsenaled if it's, maybe a card he can't use this turn, or it might be a 0 for 4 that he'll throw in at the end there. Does seem like he's on red line, so wouldn't be surprised to see a Snatch or a Dust Up or something like that at the end. I think it's unlikely that DJ's going to block this, but it is an untimed match, so he can think about what he's going to do here as long as he wants. This is Channel Mount Heroic Briar, it's not Fatigue Briar, so he is trying to just get to that Channel Mount Heroic as quickly as he can. And if he can get 1 or 2 of those pretty early, especially with a Force of Nature on top of it, he should be able to deal enough damage to kill Kevin here on Dromai. He's going to take the 2 down to 33. We do have a 0 for 4. It looks like it's a Ravenous Rabble. Go Again's not very relevant here, considering there's no other cards in his hands, but 4 damage is 4 damage. This one might be worth blocking for DJ if he has a card he doesn't quite need in his hands. He even has an Embodiment of Earth, so he could possibly just straight up block it for 4. And that looks like what he's going to do with this Force of Nature, just block 4 very efficient trade of cards, 1 for 1. We did see an E-Strike on the top of Kevin's deck that he flipped off this Ravenous Rabble, so we know that's coming next turn. So DJ's got 3 cards in hand. Once again, he's almost certainly going to throw 1 of them at this Mirror Guy to clear it, and then hopefully threaten some damage with the other ones. Bit of a think here. Technically, he hasn't started his turn yet if he hasn't even removed the embodiment of Earth. Probably has quite a few lines. Might even be considering not attacking the mirror guy, although I would recommend he does attack it. The no phantasm aspect of it is not crazy relevant. Briar doesn't play a ton of poppers, but you just don't want them to get that much value in attacking it over and over. We have an E-Strike in Arsenal. Gonna pick a card to put under, and then it's almost certainly gonna have go again. Otherwise, he can't do much else this turn. Question is it going to go at Mirror Guy or at face? And this one is going to hit Mirror Guy, so a little inefficient, but it's going to get rid of that Mirror Guy. He's got, oh, unfortunately, a pretty bad hand. Just going to pitch a Bramble Spark to attack for 2 physical on this Rosetta Thorn. Yeah, that's really not what he wants to see. Now Kevin can just take it. No point in blocking that random 2 when you're an aggressive deck yourself. And now he's given the Redline Dromai basically just a full hand to do what he wants. I see an E-Strike and a Kyloria. This is not going to be a good day for DJ here. He's pitching his Phoenix Flame, which is expected in a Redline deck. They play typically Flame Call Awakening with 1 Phoenix Flame. So that's going to be Ash neutral, attacking for 4 with this Kyloria. We are going to do the classic Flex Pop. So we are blocking with Flex and pitching to give it +2, making it a popper. I think you can kind of see Kevin pause after that happened. Maybe he thought, oh, I meant to attack with this E-Strike first. I'm not sure, but you know, he had to pitch the E-Strike to Furnace and then Arsenal his last card after that. It does seem like it might have been better to E-Strike and then Kyloria. Either way, we're seeing DJ's 3rd E-Strike here. It is his last 2 cards, so this one's likely for 7. Solid 2-card hand. He used 2 of his cards to pop, and the other 2 cards to attack for 7. This game has been fairly back and forth. Neither player has seen too much power. It's really going to depend on how much use the Briar can make out of their Chanamount Heroic turns, and then how much pressure Dromai can put on before that. This is Redline Dromai, so there's not going to be as much blocking as Big Dragon Dromai. This is going to be a pretty aggressive, I'll take your damage, I'm going to attack with a bunch of attack actions mixed with dragons. And we do see Chromai here coming in. For some reason I thought he had 1 Ash, but he has 2. We've got the Chromai, very strong Redline Dragon. I see a Snatch in hand too, which is a perfect synergy with Chromai. Gonna attack for 3, go again, and getting an action point, so now he's at 2 action points. He's representing that extra action point with the dice on the Dromai. And as long as Chromai isn't popped, he will have those 2 action points and be able to play Snatch using one of those and effectively give Snatch go again. And it does not look like it's going to get popped. So he's taking the 3 from Chromai, and now we're very likely going to see a Snatch come in here. There may be a better card in hand that we can't see, but no, Snatch is going to be the best one. Very, very relevant on here of drawing a card. And it so far looks like this game is going quite well in Kevin's favor. Developing his board pretty well, blocking, and it looks like Snatch is just going to magnetically attract 4 block of equipment. Now this might be the use for Dyadic. I was at first surprised that we had Dyadic Carapace over Tunic in this matchup, but I can totally understand against Redline. They did have open deck lists. You got to see what Kevin's playing. Against Redline Dromai, the block on the equipment is more important with these Snatches and Dust Ups. Still 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal for Kevin. So there's quite a few options he's obviously thinking through at the moment. DJ probably likes his hand. He hasn't given any cards yet. Looks like we're going to play the card from Arsenal for Kevin. The 5th E-Strike of the game, I think. Those are coming up at the top of the deck. We've already seen all 3 of DJ's E-Strikes and the second one from Kevin. I frankly don't know if it's +2 or go again. Could be either one. He has one card in hand, so he could just be wanting to arsenal it by giving it the +2, or he could be giving it go again and then throwing the last card out. We'll find out when the damage goes through. I don't think DJ is going to be blocking all of it, so we'll see how much it deals. It obviously was not draw a card because he didn't draw a card. This would be a pretty efficient card to throw a 4 block in front of if you have any in hands. Obviously, he has that Embodiment of Earth already, so if he has any 3 block non-attacks, he can put them in front to block for 4. But he hasn't blocked so far. I don't think he's going to start now. And there we go. We have taken what looks like it might be the 7. Yeah, taking 7 from 30 down to 23. No blocking with cards from hand there from DJ. Just equipment. Meaning he must really like his 5 cards. And Kevin's going to arsenal his last card. Now DJ gets to take his turn. Starting with a Force of Nature. Fusing with an Earthlore Surge. Already a great start to a turn. This is going to make all of his attacks draw if they hit, as long as their power is greater than their base. Might even be used to hit this Chromai and just cycle an attack. For example, he could attack with 5 into Chromai here and cycle. I don't think that's going to happen. That's a little too much lost value. And Chromai is a very good card to smack with that Rosetta Thorn. Rosetta Thorn is active, obviously. We have played our non-attack and attack. This is a bit of an awkward card for Kevin to block. I mean, 5 is an awkward number. A 3 block can't block it. A Sink Blow can't block it. But what can block it is a 2 block equipment and a 3 block. Which is what we're going to see here. We're going to see a 2 block equipment in the form of Flamescale Furnace plus a 3 block to stop that 5. Really cannot let Briar draw extra cards. Now, DJ's likely to play, I was going to say another buff to turn on Force of Nature again, but we didn't see that. We saw 4 go again from Arsenal with this Lightning Surge. No draw on hit threatened here, but 4 damage is 4 damage. So far, Kevin is in the lead in terms of life and aggression, so it's maybe not likely he's going to block with cards, unless it's a D-React. That's all they're made for. So we've got the Fate Foreseen from Arsenal. These are just efficient cards he plays. I mean, they're not to help his aggressive game plan at all, but the nice thing about the red D-Reacts of Fate Foreseen and Sink Blow is in Dromai, they can just be red pitches if you want them to. So pretty defensive turn from Kevin so far. Looks like DJ is going to break the chain, might be because he wants to remove the equipment, but no, it's just because he is activating grass. So we're pitching a blue Earthlore, making a Rune Chain, and then attacking Chromai with the Rosetta Thorn. Like I said, it's a very efficient way to get rid of Chromai. Chromai will be dead, and then we'll have 3 total Arcane headed at Kevin. That last card is almost certainly going to the arsenal for DJ. Now we've got Kevin, just a 3-card hand, not too much since he did block with a card from hand and the Fate Foreseen from Arsenal. I see also a Fate Foreseen in hand now, which is guaranteed either going to get pitched or arsenaled, so he really only has 2 attacks to work with, and no dragons, so not a ton of pressure likely coming this turn. Pitching 2 reds, I think the other one was a Snatch, and so it looks like we got a Command and Conquer coming in. This card's fairly relevant. It'll either grab 2 3 blocks, or it will get a Crown of Providence to cycle the arsenal. If you're an aggressive deck, that's the most efficient play, is to use Crown of Providence. You don't lose any cards. You get a block, okay. Kind of what Crown of Providence is played for sometimes. And it looks like that's what DJ is going to do. He's going to bottom his arsenal to draw a card, so completely negating the on-hit of Command and Conquer. He's going to end up taking 4 here. So still widening the life lead of Kevin a little bit here. It's going to be a 9-point life differential. But now, since he had to pitch both reds for that, Kevin has no arsenal. And DJ's here with a 5-card hand. I mean, 7 life isn't that much with a 5-card hand, and especially with a Channel Mount Heroic, I mean, this is exactly what DJ wanted. 7 life is not a big differential when you have Channel Mount Heroic. And then we've got Ravenous Rabble showing a second Channel Mount Heroic. That's a red, so we've got 7 go again here. Kevin has to read this. First time ever seeing a Channel Mount Heroic. He says, this card's broken. And effectively, you just have to block out on Channel Mount Heroic turns. There's not much else you can do. The only other thing you can do is throw some Disruption in there. If you've got it, that'll slow down their Channel Mount Heroics, but you will never, ever... No deck in Flesh and Blood can outrace Channel Mount Heroics. So as soon as it comes down, you are either blocking or you're throwing Disruption, or both if you can. This would be a good time for Command and Conquer, if he's got it. Looks like it's going to hit for 7. Going to get the Embodiment of Earth. I'm going to assume he did that because he wanted to save his blocks for later cards, but no, he's not even going to have another attack to decide to block. We're just pitching a blue to do the Rosetta for 5. He's going to Arsenal. It looks like he's going to set up for a bigger Channel Mount Heroic turn next turn. So far, Channel Mount Heroic has been just a really bad Nimbleism. 2 cards for +3. And Kevin's taking that as well, so life lead swinging in the favor of DJ, but Kevin has kept all 4 cards. Looks like he's going to try to threaten some of those on hits. I think we did see a Kyloria in hand, so he has on hits to threaten. I think he might have a Chromai as well, and then maybe a Ravenous Rabble as the last card, so this is a very, very strong hand from Kevin's side. Kyloria being the most important part of that. I do think the Kyloria is likely to take 1 card from DJ's hand, whether it's a 3-block plus equipment or a 4-block. But I don't think he's going to take much outside of life. I mean, DJ is not going to be blocking any of the flat damage. This Chromai is going to hit for 3. You essentially never block except for on hits when you have Channel Mount Heroic out, so he's going to 16 here. We've got a Flame Call Awakening. Pitching that Ravenous Rabble. This is pretty solid. He gets an Ash. He's going to hit for 3. This is also definitely not getting blocked, so DJ is going to go to 13. And then this Phoenix Flame is going to be pitched right away for the Kyloria. So the life lead is going to swing a little bit in Kevin's favor. Uh-oh, we lost some deck. Life lead's going to swing in Kevin's favor a little bit. DJ's going to be at 13. Kevin's at 14. And then we will see the Kyloria played and 100% blocked. Well, actually not 100%. There is a small world where DJ lets it hit. His hand is so strong. But likely blocked. And the next turn, I'm going to expect a massive Channel Mount Heroic turn from DJ, followed by a Rosetta Thorn targeting Kyloria. Actually, because of Channel Mount Heroic, DJ can even pop Kyloria if he would like. And then Rosetta Thorn the Chromai, which is a totally fine play as well. But lots of options for DJ here. He definitely feels like he's in the lead. Despite the 1 point of life that Kevin has on him and a little bit of permanence, I'd be pretty confident in DJ's position here. He's got about 3 options. He can take this 4 and let Kevin draw a card. That seems like only worth it if your hand is so insane you're going to win. He can just block it for 3 or 4. You know, he can block it for 4 with a non-attack or a non-attack and an equipment. Or he can even pop it because of Channel Mount Heroic. So quite a few different options here. All of them probably fine. I would rather he not take it, but sometimes 5 cards can kill someone when they're at 14 if you have Channel Mount Heroic. A bit of a think here. Once again, these rounds aren't timed, so DJ can think as long as he'd like. This is going to be the most he has to think on this turn, obviously. When you have Channel Mount Heroic out, you're very, very, very unlikely to block straight damage, so that Flame Call and Chromai were almost never getting blocked, but this Kyloria is going to make him think for a bit. But he has quite a few ways to stop it here, whether that's blocking it, popping it, or if he's really confident taking the hit. We know he has a Channel Mount Heroic in hand because he flipped it last turn off of Ravenous Rabble. Not a great card in hand, since he has another Channel Mount Heroic. He doesn't quite want a second one right away. You'd rather see it, the turn after your first one leaves. The main advantage of Channel Mount Heroic here is that if you have another Earth card, you can pitch them together to keep this Channel Mount Heroic, which would be quite strong if he did happen to draw a second Earth card. Really having a think about this, though. In this scenario, the Channel Mount Heroic he drew can even block for 4 on this Kyloria. This is one of the more important decisions he's going to make this game, which is why I think he is taking so long on it. Life totals are quite low. This is the semifinals of the national championships. He doesn't want to make a mistake. And he's going to go with the pop. So here, this is going to pop it. Entwine Lightning with +3 from the Channel Mount Heroic. That's going to be a 7-power attack. This is going to get rid of the Kyloria. He very likely is going to Rosetta Thorn that Chromai next turn, clearing it too. Still keeping the lead here. I mean, it might have been a painful decision for him to block with an attack, but I think he's okay. Wow. Okay, now I don't know if I liked his block as much. I mean, he just pitched the Channel Mount Heroic, I think a Bramble Spark, and this is so interesting. I mean, okay, so he had Earthlore Surge, Bramble Spark, Channel Mount Heroic, and Twine Lightning. Why do you not go block with the Channel Mount Heroic for 4, then go Bramble Spark Fused, and Twine Lightning for 10 with an Arcane at the opponent, Snapdragons it, and then pitch the blue Earthlore Surge to attack the Chromai. I mean, you're threatening 13 damage plus killing Chromai there. That seems like a much stronger play than pass. But he's taking it a bit slow, maybe. He does have the leeway to do that. I mean, he gets to keep the Channel Mount Heroic. Maybe he just wants a better turn next time. He can still pop with any card from hand. Sometimes he thinks he has the leeway to do it. So we'll see. He is the one in semifinals of the national championships, and we are not. So I can't speak on it too much, but it does seem like he could have been attacking for 13 there. 13 there, and I guess decided keeping the Channel Mount Heroic is more important. Very interesting. I do feel like he just completely threw the tempo out the window, but if all Kevin's doing is attacking with a dragon with Phantasm, he might not be really getting any tempo back. It's just gonna get popped. Still, I can't imagine just having Bramble Spark plus attack on a Channel Mount Heroic turn and deciding not to use it. Kevin's taking a bit of a think on his own turn. He's got full 4-card hand to work with since DJ did not threaten anything on his turn. Life totals are tied. Everything is fairly balanced, except DJ has a Channel Mount Heroic on board, and Kevin has a full 4-card hand with tempo. I'm going to start by pitching a Nourishing Emptiness to play a Yenderai. No, sorry, playing a Rake. I thought I saw a Yenderai in hand, and that was what he was playing. Rake is going to be a little annoying here. You don't really want to put a popper in front of these, so they might just chip away at DJ over the next few turns. I think Kevin is thinking about how he still needs to be prepared for this Channel Mount Heroic attack next turn. What can he threaten to stop it? He can threaten 3 here, but 3 is not going to stop the Channel Mount Heroic kill. 3 taking DJ to 10. So he's got to really threaten something with these last two cards. I don't think he can threaten lethal this turn, but he needs to threaten a little more than 3 Ashwings. Thanks everyone that's joining. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Possibly sand cover in hand? I can't quite tell, but that would be a bit of an awkward draw, I do think. I mean, if you have sand cover in hand, you're probably just going to arsenal that. It's a totally fine card to be able to use to block on the upcoming Shaman Heroic turn. What's likely happening is he's deciding if he wants to play another dragon first or another attack first. I think he might have just thrown a dust up out before attacking with the Ashwings. So what caused this decision to be so hard for him is because if the Ashwings get popped, then he cannot even use the dust up. So he decided there's no point in risking not getting this dust up out. Let's just attack with it. Now this is still a relevant on hit. It's going to deal 4. He's going to get an Ashwing. So he can deal another 4, which would bring DJ down to 5. He gave it go again with the Snapdragons here. And now he's going to decide to attack with the Ashwings. DJ totally can go to 5 here. He just needs to be able to threaten enough to take Kevin's entire hand next turn, which is certainly a possibility with a Channemon Heroic. But he really does need to take Kevin's full hand next turn and basically every turn from now on, and we're going to pop it. I can see how Command & Conquer is awkward on a Channemon Heroic turn. So maybe that's just the reason why he doesn't want that one. So, pretty good turn for Kevin overall. Oh, and there's the Force of Nature, though. That is the card you do not want to see when the opponent has Channemon Heroic out. Interesting, and so we're starting by attacking with Swarming Gloomveil. No go again here. Gonna hit, give it go again with the Snapdragons, and then draw a card because of the Force of Nature. Very interesting lines, I have to say. Throwing 6 at an Ashwing just feels very odd unless he's trying to fatigue the Dromai, and I don't think he is. Maybe he needed to cycle for possibly a second non-attack to give more go again, but he's already using Snapdragons. If this had hit face, it could have potentially given itself go again. Looks like we've got a Ravenous Rabble. Now there is a chance this one does not have a draw card on hit. If it flips a blue, it'll just stay at 5. It's not though, it's got 7. So if this one hits, it will draw a card. I mean, this is what DJ wants to line up. He wants to line up Channemon Heroic Force of Nature. It does feel like he's being a little more defensive than I would have expected to make it happen. But he's making it happen. Kevin, I think we have a D-React or a sand cover of some sort in Arsenal, so he can pretty cleanly cover up this 7 with a 3 block and the Arsenal. He plays quite a lot of 4 blocks with the 3 Fates, the 3 Sinks, and some number of sand covers. I do see a Kyloria in hand. Which is certainly a dragon he wants to resolve. Probably Dromai's strongest dragon. Looks like we're going to put 3 block of equipment in front of it. Bottom the Arsenal to draw a card. And then likely has a 4 block in hand to finish covering it up. Really trying to not lose tempo by blocking with cards if he doesn't have to. Gloomveil hit an Ashwing, so it doesn't trigger any of its own abilities. It does trigger the Force of Nature draw card. And then we see the Sink Below, so he is going to cover up the full 7. He's got the Sink Below effect as well, so quite a bit of filtering going on from Kevin. Already sunk 2 cards to the bottom and drew 2 cards this turn. Now we've got another attack coming in from DJ, certainly. So this turn he played Force of Nature is 1 card. The Swarming Gloomveil is the 2nd card, but it did draw when it hit, so he's played still 1 card at that point. Ravenous Rabble is the 2nd card, but he popped with the 3rd card of Command and Conquer, so this would be his last card in hand. Problem is he has a Swarming Gloomveil in hand, and he hasn't hit to create any sort of auras yet, so I mean, I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but he hasn't made an aura, so Swarming Gloomveil can't do anything when it hits. Oh, and then we see Captain's Call. Okay, so we're making an embodiment of lightning here. Probably choosing +2 since we don't need to go again at this point. Then we've got the Swarming Gloomveil. This seems like the most obvious play. So this is going to be for 8. Yeah, he attacked the 6 into an Ashwing and then snapped it. But here we have an 8. I mean, this is pretty likely going to take 3 cards from Kevin. You really cannot allow any attacks to hit if you can help it on a Force of Nature turn. You have to try desperately to not. But I think Kevin's still in a pretty good spot after he blocks the 9 on this. He'll be blocking that. And once he blocks it out, he'll have 1 card in hand, maybe a Kyloria that he can arsenal. He'll get to attack with an Ashwing. And then he has a life lead, and there's no Channel Mon Heroic anymore on DJ's side. Okay, we see it leads Headlong blocked with plus 2 other cards, likely both 3 blocks to block for the 8. Now, back to Kevin. So we have lost the Channel Mon Heroic on DJ's side, and we are 4 life less, so it does seem like he's in a bad position from this point. Bit of lag here, sorry about that. But I think we're mostly expecting Kevin to attack with an Ashwing and Arsenal. I think the card he kept is also pretty likely the Kyloria. That card is one of, if not the most important cards in the matchup. Looks like we're unlagging a little bit here. We've got Kevin moving forward the Ashwing. No reason to block that on the side of DJ. It doesn't have go again. It's just 1 damage. Would be a very bad card to pop. So we're going to take that. Going to have an Arsenal from Kevin and drop. Oh, into another Channel Mon Heroic. Okay, I thought DJ was in a bad position, and now I think he's in a great position. And a Scar for a Scar with natural go again from its ability for 7. I mean, this went from a little scary for DJ, having 2 Ashwings and being down on a life, into the 2nd Channel Heroic that he just found. I mean, he's seen all 3 of them now, too. He just found the 2nd one earlier that he pitched during the 1st Channel Mon Heroic. So he's already seen all 3 of his Channel Mon Heroics. And he won't be seeing the 3rd one again for a while since it was pitched. And it looks like Kevin's taking all 7 here, going down to 6. See if DJ's going to Arsenal, Rosetta, play another attack. He's got a few different options here. He's going to pitch and Rosetta one of the Ashwings, sending the last 2 Arcane at Kevin, which should bring him to 4 if he's not blocking it. And clearing an Ashwing, which seems fairly efficient. He's going to be a little scared here, because if Kevin didn't block at all, that means his hand must be quite good, and he's got 5 cards. Yeah, and it does look like his hand's very good. I mean, we know he likely arsenaled Kyloria. I can see a Mirgai and a Chromai in hands. This might be one of the strongest hands we've seen all game outside of the Force of Nature turn. Does look like we've drawn quite a crowd as well. Hope everyone's enjoying this game. Starting with Mirgai. Pitching in the Command and Conquer. Likely going to get that Chromai in there as well. And then pitching the last card for the Kyloria. I mean, I'm... To be honest, I'm not sure DJ can win from this position. That's just too many good dragons. Mirgai, Chromai, and Kyloria. Seems pretty backbreaking. He does have the channel on heroic, so he's not completely down and out, but I mean, he has to kill Kevin with his channel on heroic next turn, I think. If he's not killing Kevin with his channel on heroic next turn, that's maybe his last shot. I don't think he's necessarily dead this turn. He's at effectively 10 life with his 2 equipment. So I don't think he's dead, but I don't think he's got much time left. It's like Kevin's trying to figure out how much he can hold back, how much he has to put his foot on the gas, what order to play the dragons. We know he has a Chromai in hand. We don't know 100% his arsenal's Kyloria, but I think it's pretty likely. Okay, maybe it's not Kyloria, because we're attacking with the Mirror Guy first with no Phantasm. That would have been much better on the Kyloria. Now we've got the Chromai. This is going to come in for 3, give him an action point, so also be kind of unpoppable. It's poppable, but it'll let him keep going anyways. Still has 2 cards to work with, but really thinking through his lines here. Bolton won against the Dromai in quarterfinals. I don't know how the Bolton did against the Dromai it's playing in top 4, to be honest. Looks like I was told Bolton won against Dromai, so I think the Bolton has beaten both its Dromais and is now... I think Bolton is going to be in the finals. I think Bolton just beat 2 Dromais in a row to end up in the finals, which is very, very impressive. I think he beat Ian TCG on Dromai too. Ian's one of the best Dromais in the entire world. Okay, looks like we are blocking for 4 here with this Pulse of Candlehold, and we had blocked for 3 with that Nimblism. He might have unfortunately drawn a no attack hand here with his Channel on Heroic out. Otherwise, I don't see why you would block with that Nimblism. With the Ashwing for 1, this is certainly going to just get taken as 1 damage. But this is looking very favored for Kevin here. We're going to pop it. Just popping the Ashwing. He could have popped the Chromai, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Okay, this doesn't seem good at all for DJ. He's just going to have to pitch to Rosetta the Chromai, losing the Chanamon Heroic and letting Kevin have a full 5-card hand with the Mirror Guy still out. I mean, this seems like game. And we see some of the spectators leaving on the left there. Does seem like it's basically over here. Does look like we're going to have a Bolton versus Dromai. I mean, if Kevin takes this, we'll have Bolton versus Dromai or Briar in the last round. Very, very impressed by the Bolton taking it against 2 very, very good Dromai players. It's because he cracked that Cold Foil Iron Song versus that really powered him up. Here we see a Billowing Mirage pitching a Miraging Metamorph. This will be 3 go again. Looks like he's not going to take the Ashwing, but honestly, any damage at this point is pretty scary for DJ. He's only at 3 life. He was at 6, but either way, any damage is quite scary. And now, almost any attack is lethal from Kevin. This Arcane Barrier is pretty scary too. I mean, it is blockable technically by pitching 2 to Diatic Carapace, but it's not going to be blocked very likely, so he's going to 2. And now the physical damage from the Yazvolite is lethal as well. It's going to take 2 equipment. Just be fully blocked there. He's got a Mirror Guy still, so with DJ at 2, he's going to be able to threaten lethal multiple ways this turn. Does he a second Asvoli in hand. I mean, this is very powerful. I think it's worth playing that second Asvoli out, even if it's just to hang out there. So then you can play the attack with the mirror guy. But he's only at 1 Ash left. Maybe he's worried about going to 0 Ash and then getting stuck in that weird position where you have no way to play dragons. So maybe it's better to pitch this Asvoli to Furnace. We don't quite know what's in his arsenal. Maybe he can just test the waters and attack with this mirror guy first, see what it's looking like. But two good lines here. And he's going to go for maybe the riskier one, but also the one that could win the game, which is the Asvoli using the very last Ash. This is going to take DJ to 1. And really, I mean, this is game if DJ can't get rid of both of these Asvolis. He has to... If either of these stick around until Kevin's next turn, the 1 Arcane is lethal. DJ also just lost his Arcane Barrier because he's blocking with that Dietic Carapace, which will be destroyed when the combat chain closes. And we're going to block 2 with the Lightning Surge on this Voli. And this is certainly game here because DJ has to block this Mirror guy. He's got 2 cards in hand, but there's almost no way he can kill both Asvolis with 2 cards in hand. So congrats to Kevin. We're going to see a Boltyn versus Dromai finals. Boltyn so far in the top 8 has taken down 2 Dromais already. One of them being endgame, which is Kevin's teammate. So it's been a pretty big tear for this Boltyn through the finals. Through the top 8, I should say. All the way to the finals, beating 2 Dromais. And if I'm that Boltyn, I'm pretty confident playing my 3rd Dromai here. Congrats to Kevin. He's showing I've got a bunch of arcane barrier or arcane damage in hand. And yeah, that's the semifinal game. So Dromai takes that one. In our finals is going to be Kevin Van Steenis on Dromai versus Bradley on Boltyn. We saw Bradley beat a Dromai in the quarterfinals. If you haven't watched that, go back and watch it. And we are going to see him maybe beat another Dromai in the finals. Very exciting game to see Boltyn go this far and pretty confidently beating all these Dromais. I mean, we started with a field of 20 Dromais. We went into a field of 5 in the top 8, and Boltyn is just beating all of them. And if I'm being honest, I thought it was a bad matchup for Boltyn, so I was obviously quite wrong in that regard. We are going to take a very short break right in between rounds, but we will have the finals coming right up. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I think stream froze while I was gone, but we're back, and we are just about to start our finals of the Dutch National Championship. It's a very exciting game. We've got Bolton versus Dromai. I'm gonna get that graphic set up for us real quick, and then we'll be good to go. Sorry, I'm getting get players' names real quick. So we have Kevin Van Steesen on Dromai still, and then we've got Bradley Wayburn on Bolton. And Bradley was our 8th place seed, so barely squeaking it into the top 8 and then taking it all the way to the finals. It's very impressive, especially on Bolton and having only played Dromais in the top 8 so far. Getting everything finished. Okay, we've got our overlay. Players are getting finished setting up. Very, very excited for this finals. Here we go. So we're going to be started in just a few minutes here. We've got the finals. We had 89 players today. Let's see. While they're sorting, we can look at a few things. So here's our meta. We had 89 players to start yesterday. Yesterday, we had 3 rounds of Classic Constructed to start. We actually had Bradley on stream as our second match, where he beat a Reinar. So that was fun to watch. Did not realize he was going to make it all the way to the finals in that second round when he beat a Reinar, but here we have him. And we've got Kevin, who just won last round against Briar. We know he's on Redline Dromai. We know Bradley is on a Raiden aggressive Bolton. Most of the event was Dromai. We have quite a few good Dromai players. Kevin and Ian. Ian just lost to Bradley in the semifinals. Are both really good Dromai players who are on the same team. And we had actually 5 Dromais in the top 8. So a lot of Dromais converting here. And we had 1 Bolton, Bradley, who is the only Bolton in the whole event converting to the top 8. 1 Briar and 1 Dash was the rest of our top 8 outside of the 5 Dromais. The Dromais, 2 of them made it to the semifinals. They played off against a Briar and a Bolton. The Briar lost, the Bolton won. And now we are here with the final match of the event. These players had to play through 6 rounds of Classic Constructed in Swiss, 6 rounds of Draft, to have to make it all the way here to the finals, where they're going to be playing this game right here. There is an alternate world where both of our featured drafters were in the finals. They were both in the semifinals in different games last round. We had DJ playing against Bradley, and we had Ian playing against Bradley, and we had DJ playing against Kevin, but both of our featured drafters lost in the semifinals last round. Would have been pretty cool to see them make it all the way, but either way, we get Bolton, which is maybe even cooler. We're going to see how this goes. Like I said, Bradley has beaten a Dromai in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals to make it this far. And I thought the Dromai matchup was quite bad, but actually when I went and talked to him in between these last 2 rounds, he said that he doesn't think the Dromai matchup is that good either, and that he has played 5 Dromais total throughout the event, 3 in Swiss, and he lost 2 of his Swiss games to Dromais. So he's only won 3 out of his 5 Dromai games, but 2 of those were where it mattered in the top 8. Doesn't seem like he's incredibly confident in the matchup, though. He's just been really crushing it, in particular, in the top 8. So we're going to see if he can finish taking it all the way here. Getting the decks finished shuffled, and we're just a minute away from starting. Like I said, Bolton has beaten a Dromai in the quarters and the semis, but Bradley, who's piloting him, does not seem to think it's a great matchup. He had lost into 2 Dromais in the Swiss. Just seems to have had lady luck on his side, it seems like, in this top 8. It would be beautiful to see Bolton take down the entire event. A lot of stress on these players right now. Hopefully they can take a deep breath before this game starts. Playing in the finals of any event is not relaxing, especially of a national championship. They look pretty collected. This red line Dromai has done a pretty good job throughout this top 8, showing what the best version of Dromai is over that big dragon list some of our other Dromais were on. And there's the cut, so we're really just about to get into it. Hopefully we have no lag heading into this. There is going to be a bit of glare, as we already know, on the Dromai's equipment, but we know most of it. It's Snapdragon Scalers, it's Crown of Providence, it's Flame Scale Furnace, it's Snapdragon Scalers. The only thing I don't know 100% is what his arm piece is, and it's Seekers. Okay, so we know all of his equipment. It's Seekers, arms, and everything else. Not sure what Bradley's explaining. Maybe he's talking about how he's going to represent stuff in the game. It's always good to be very clear with, here's how I'm going to represent charge, here's how I'm going to represent hero ability, etc., etc. Seeing the same loadout from Bradley, obviously. This is what he's going to be using. We saw it in the quarterfinals. I'm sure it's what he played in the semifinals, and now we see him back in the finals. I think someone said after he won the quarterfinals that we're going to see him again in the finals, and you were right. Let's see who it was. I think it was Marcassia. You were right. We see him again here. Pretty exciting game. Looks like we're just about to get started. Good luck to both of our players. It's been a long event, but a very fun one. Since Kevin is a higher seed, he was second. He does get to pick who goes first or second. Dromai typically likes going first since they do have permanents they can develop, and so it looks like he probably chose to go first here. Bolton isn't that upset about going second either. Bolton prefers to go second, but I think more importantly, he would rather Dromai not go first. We're likely going to see some Ash develop here. Probably going to see those Seekers arms activated to make an Ash. Redline Dromai doesn't need nearly as much Ash. That's why they're not playing Time Skippers. They can work a lot more off of just the one Ash they get. Honestly, I can't tell what he just played. I think it might have been a Billowing Mirage. No, he's putting 2 cards in front of it, so I think it may be a breaking point. Then we're going to get a pitch for Furnace. And then an Arsenal. Yeah, I think it actually was a breaking point, which is a pretty solid card. One of the better cards that Redline has adopted lately. On to the first turn for Bolton. He's going to tick up Tunic, and we're going to see if he can keep that pressure up. He's beaten 2 Dromais. He's going to try to do it again, and it's going to have to be really consistent, aggressive pressure. That's how we've seen him do it so far. The aggro game is his game. Looks like we're showing off what the tokens are under the hero. And here we go. See what his first attack is. No dragons to attack to start off. But Kevin did develop 2 Ash, which is not nothing. We've got Take Flight, which is one of the safer cards to start off with. Pitching Illumina, which is a little unfortunate. We would have probably loved to Arsenal that or play it at some point soon. But we are going to charge the Spirit of Irina, which is a very strong card to start having charged. The earlier you got that on the battlefield, the better. Obviously, the only downside is that you have 1 less card in your soul when you use it, but it's going to make it so later on his Luminas are instants, effectively letting him save a future soul use on Raiden turns. So we've got Spirit of Irina out, we've got Take Flight. Kevin's going to have to decide on some blocks here. Got a sink below, so probably a red take flight. I can't quite tell, but if he's putting a sink below in front of it, seems like the most likely option. He's going to decide on what he's going to sink. And it looks like he's just not going to sink. Oh. Oh, pull it back. Oh, no. He's going to... Okay. He has... maybe he's just saying I didn't actually declare yet. He had one floating that he wanted to use for Iron Song versus. Then on the Raiden, he really had not laid that Raiden out too firmly, I'll say. So he's going to use the floating on Iron Song versus. Play that Raiden. If this hits, he'll get a Courage. It's for 3. Oh, and we already have the Lumina. That's why he pitched 1 Lumina, because he already has the other one. I mean, what a fantastic turn 1. Spirit of Irina plus Lumina plus Take Flight. So he just gets to immediately attack for 4 twice with this Raiden. What an absolutely insanely strong turn 1 from this Bolton. Now it's going to get him to charge. He gets the Courage token because he... Oh, no, he gets this... What is he getting? Okay, yeah, he gets the Courage token because it hit with the Iron Song versus. And then if he's attacking again, it should be for 5. With the Courage token, the +1 from Lumina, and the 3 from itself. I can't believe how strong this first turn is from Bradley here. He's getting to build up free soul. He's getting... I mean, the only problem with his turn is that he had to pitch one of his other Luminas to do it. Otherwise, it's one of his best possible starting turns he could take. Looks like Kevin's going to take this one. He does charge a Beacon of Victory, which is not a card you particularly want to charge. You'd rather use it to find Luminas. But it is what it is. Looks like the Dromai is going to take all of that. So quite a bit of damage, quite a big life swing. But he is redline Dromai. He has to put on some pressure, and it looks like his hand's good enough where he doesn't want to block. To be fair, the on-hit's not that insane from the Raiden. And we have played... What is that? Sweeping Blow? Oh no, it's Kyloria. Sorry, I really could not see what it was. So this is, I mean, already a good start to Kevin's turn. Kyloria is probably the Dromai's best dragon, and especially the best one into aggro. It's really going to demand some cards. Is Spirit of Irina an item? This might freeze the stream while I look it up real quick, but now I'm curious. Spirit of Irina is actually an item, so that's interesting to note. Sorry that we have it freezing while I looked that up. But yeah, Spirit of Irina is an item, so Kyloria hitting is actually pretty scary for Bolton, losing that Spirit. Looks like we're going to pitch to Furnace to get 2 resources. Then we're going to use one of them to attack with this Miraging Metamorph. Bradley's already given up enough cards to block it, so just going to take that 7. Mostly equaling out the life totals. And he's certainly going to have to deal with this Kyloria. Did he block with the arms? Maybe that was one. Oh, no, okay, so I thought he blocked with 2 cards from hand, but he blocked with the arm piece. That's why it has a counter on it. So we've got Beaming Bravado. Great start to the turn. And charging Banner Ray of Courage. So this is going to be for 4, because he charged a yellow card. He'll be able to give it go again with his hero ability. And his next attack will also get +1 from the Courage. So great start. He can go another attack after this Beaming Bravado. Give that one go again as well because of the Courage token. And then Raiden to kill this Kyloria. So despite what seemed like a pretty strong turn from Kevin, we've got a nice crackback from Bradley here. Obviously going to give that a go again. Going to come in for 4 at the opponent with the Raiden. He can give this go again as well. And then the best line here is if he had a yellow or red Bolt of Courage, he can hit this Kyloria and draw a card. Or an Engulfing Light. There's quite a few cards that would be fantastic to come out of Bradley's hand and hit this Kyloria. Getting go again, hitting for 4. Pretty good damage. And he had the Bolt of Courage. I mean, he really is having it this game. That is fantastic. He had an insane starting turn. He had the card to clear Kyloria. Now he draws a card off of that Bolt of Courage. He doesn't have go again, but he's going to be able to arsenal that card. And most cards in Bolton are pretty playable. Since he doesn't play many blues, he plays mostly yellows and reds. He can arsenal almost anything, and with the Crown of Providence, he can really arsenal anything. But Kevin's going to try to crack back here. Starting with Chromeye, that's a great start to the turn. Getting these low to the ground dragons. We've got 3 go again, no on hit here, so pretty likely Bradley's going to take it unless he can pop it. Although it's not particularly the dragon you want to pop either. Game's looking, I have to say, pretty good for Bradley so far. I mean, he has just had so much aggressive potential. And I'm going to imagine that his redline matchup is even better than his big dragon matchup. Here we see Blaze Headlong. He's going to throw the crown in front of it, which is almost certainly not because of the damage needing to be blocked, but because his arsenal is not a card he wanted to arsenal. Going to take the remaining 2 from Blaze Headlong. And then an arsenal. Not a ton of pressure, to be honest, from Kevin. Looks like he's giving Bradley a full 5-card hand here. I was talking about 9 a.m. this morning, about 6 or 7 hours ago. I kid you not, had about an hour rant to one of the top judges about how Dusk Till Dawn was too weak. It didn't give Bolton enough support. I really like Bolton, and I wish they had made him a lot stronger. And then Bradley, about 6 rounds later, told me I was an idiot and that Bolton's insane. No, I'm kidding. He actually, when we talked in between rounds, he said, yeah, Bolton's pretty bad. I'm just lucky. And you can kind of see some of that luck today. I mean, that first turn of the Lumina into this turn, I mean, it is pretty incredible how the cards have lined up for Bradley so far. He's likely going to hit this Chromeye. I love you too, Stefan. Thank you for the support, and congrats on the top 8. Stefan was in the top 8 of this event. So he's likely going to want to clear this Chromeye with the Raiden. But we'll see what else he ends up doing. He's got full 5 cards. Playing Monarch, Bolton Sense Monarch. He certainly has a lot of experience then, although he doesn't seem to believe the hero is very good. But he's obviously proving it is quite good. Once again, these rounds are untimed, so he can think about this line as long as he wants. And when you're in the finals of a national championship, you probably should think about it quite a lot. So we're playing V of the Vanguard, using the Tunic counter. We just activated Tunic before this to get a resource. We can charge as many cards as we want, and then we will get the bonus for those cards. It looks like we charged 2 cards, so all of our attacks will have +2 this turn. And one of those is a ban array. It looks like the life gain ban array. I don't know the name. I think maybe of Resilience. I think he's just hitting Chromeye with it. Oh no, I think he only charged 1 card because I see a 4 on that. He's hitting Chromeye with it because then he's going to get the effect of the ban array, which is gain a life on the next on hit. And it's just a good way to clear it. Oh, and here we've got Illuminate. Very strong card. 0 for 4, and now it's going to be a 0 for 5 with the benefit from Via the Vanguard. It's going to get go again. It also has a great on hit of going to Soul. So basically, if it hits, it makes its own go again free. Still has Raiden to come in for 4 this turn. He really is putting on so much aggressive pressure. As long as he can keep finding these V of the Vanguards and Luminas turn after turn, as long as he can keep them coming at a consistent pace, I think he's got a pretty good odds. And yeah, it's already going to take some equipment, so he's getting 5 block, 2 of it coming from the Flame Scale Furnace. Oh my god, and then he's got the Beacon of Victory. I mean, he just has it. This is going to banish a card. It's going to find Lumina. He can play Lumina with the Spirit of Irina, not even using any of his action points. He'll gain an action point from doing that. And now he can raid in for 5 twice. This will be a 10 damage turn. Or 10 damage swing from Raiden alone. That's 5 from the Illuminate, 10 from the Raidens, 1 from the Beacon, so 16. And then 4 from View of the Vanguard, 20 damage. 4 of that did go at the Chrome Eye. But he's still throwing 16 at Kevin, in addition to killing his Chrome Eye. What a beautifully strong turn. Illuminate goes to Soul. He gets to attack for 5. He's finding all those power cards as early as he can, basically. This is the second Lumina already gone, and we've maybe seen 10 or 15 cards. But not gone in a bad way. Gone in a way in which he's threatening a ton of damage. So Kevin's going to just say, I need to start blocking more efficiently. I thought he was going to throw a full 5 in front of it, but he's just going to throw Crown. He's going to cycle a card and likely end up taking 3. We're going to flip a card. It's a light card, so it goes to a soul and he gains 1, which makes these Raidens actually 6-point swings when they hit, because he's also getting a life. And then he's got another set of 5 coming in. He doesn't even need to... no, I suppose he does need a banish to give it a go again, because he got the extra action point when he did the Illuminate. Either way, he's got another 5 coming in. Really putting the pressure on. So he's seen 2 of his Luminas now, and 1 of his View of the Vanguards. He's got about 3 more power turns left in him, but that might be all he needs to finish off the Dromai. Dromai's got a full 4-card hand still, so should be able to pressure back pretty well. He's deciding if he's going to take this last 5 or not. We had initially thought he charged twice, but he did end up only charging once off of the V of the Vanguard. He just charged the Banner Ray of Resilience. Which is why the V of the Vanguard was for 4, the Illuminate was for 5. And then these Raidens are for 5 because they get the +1 from V and then +1 from Lumina. Looks like we're blocking for 3, ending up taking 2 here. Flipping another light card into Soul and gaining a life. So he's also stocking up a pretty good amount of Soul here, while also getting a 12-point life lead. Although Kevin has 3 cards to try to shrink that life lead a little, but it does seem like a pretty commanding position from Bradley so far. We're going to start off with an E-Strike. Couldn't tell you if it's go again or draw a card. Could be either one. Charged twice? I really thought he charged once. Oh, 1 was a generic. That's why I did that. Okay, I did not know enough about Via the Vanguard to understand the difference between charging with a light card or not. The second charge didn't seem to make too much of an impact on the turn then. Just was a way to get the sink into his soul. Looks like it was an E-Strike for 7 because we're going to put 6 in front of it and take 1. This is slowing down quite a lot for Bradley, but maybe his hand was pretty weak. I can see a Bolting Blade there, and it might have actually been 2 Bolting Blades, which are going to have almost no synergy with each other and going to be a pretty weak turn. Wow, and then we see using a lot of soul, but 7 go again on this Celestial Cataclysm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not confident that charging that Sync Blow is a good idea. It could have been the Arsenal here. Could have blocked instead of one of these Bolting Blades on that E-Strike, but Bradley is the one in the finals of this national championship and not me. This is using up all his soul, which is a bit scary, but a 0 for 7 is a good enough rate where maybe it's worth it. He can't Raiden after this because he hasn't charged. He does have a card in hand still, though, so we'll see what that card ends up being. The best case scenario would be probably an Illuminate, or just any decent card to put in the arsenal. So losing quite a bit of tempo here. Only threatening 7 is not going to be the pressure he needs. And last card's going to find the arsenal. So passing back with Kevin having full 4 cards to work with is going to possibly shrink that life lead he had. Starting with a Ravenous Rabble. Looks like it hit a Blaze Headlong on top, so 4 damage coming in. I know he's got an E-Strike in hand. We'll see what else he's got. Another Blaze Headlong, so we really are just playing Redline Briar this turn. Here's 4 again. And then he could even come in for 7 with the E-Strike, but it would also be fine to come in for 5, draw a card, and grab whatever that red on top is, which I think is a Blaze Headlong. So now all the way down to 24. The life lead is shrinking by quite a lot. Here's the E-Strike. Think draw card's the best option here. Yeah, he drew a card. It actually might have been a breaking point, but either way, he's got a good red attack that he just grabbed off the top, and it's going to go into his arsenal. 4-4-5 is a pretty good line of cards. Taking all of this, it's going to put Bradley all the way down to 19, basically evening out the life lead until Bradley gets to start attacking, of course. Checking in, we've got no soul over on Bradley's side, which is one of the reasons he may be a bit stressed. Kevin does have 2 Ash, so start a bit to work with still. I think he found a breaking point going to the Arsenal, which is a nice card to Arsenal as well. Looking at how much power cards we have left, Dromai doesn't have any particular high power cards that are like spikes in power. She's a bit more consistent turn to turn. Bolton has Lumina and V, and we have seen half of them with 1 V the Vanguard and 2 Luminas. Looks like we are blocking here with the Bolt of Courage to just take 2 off of that E-Strike. Here we've got Take Flight. We're going to charge Banner of Courage. This is a totally fine line. He's going to get that Courage token. He's going to come in with a decent attack. He has 1 floating to activate Iron Song Versus, and then attack with Raiden for 4. It's a pretty decent hand. It takes 1, 2, 3 cards to attack for 8. Maybe it's not a decent hand, I don't know. If it hits, it's 9. He does have the Arsenal still, so that could power up this turn a little more. This is getting some stuff in Soul at least, and the nice thing about Take Flight is you don't need to banish with your hero abilities to give it go again. So he's going to be able to stock up a little bit of extra Soul here. Considering he had none, seems pretty necessary at this point. The Courage token on the Raiden is going to be fairly relevant. It'll make Raiden attack for 4, which is a breakpoint. And with Iron Song Versus activated, it's a breakpoint that'll get you another damage later. Both fairly relevant things. I'm going to find out what that last card in Arsenal is. If it is his last Lumina, this is a very strong turn. We're going to have to find out what it is. I think in the best case scenario, it's an attack. That attack will get go again with the Courage. I suppose with Raiden active, he can play all 3 cards anyways. Kevin's having a bit of a think here. Once again, the rounds are untimed, but we are in the finals, so the players can take as long as they want. Every decision they make is quite important. Gonna block with Sink Below here, so no damage taken. We've got the Raiden coming in. Did he forget the Iron Song Versus again, or does he maybe have a 1-card attack on the Arsenal? We'll find out. So this is 4. Still a breakpoint. Gonna get go again. I think he likely has a Valiant Thrust in the Arsenal, which will come in for 7. Which would be a pretty strong way to end this turn. Otherwise, he just missed the Iron Song Versus, but I don't think he would have done that. I think he probably has a Valiant Thrust in the Arsenal. So taking the 4 here from Kevin. Still has 4 of his cards. Yep, and there's the Valiant Thrust for 7, so did end up turning those 3 for 8 into a 4 for 15, which is a lot better. Now we get to find out how much Kevin really values his hand. Obviously, Sink Below is just a card that can block, so it makes sense to block with that, but is he going to block with other cards? Here's the Burn Them All. Yeah, likely not a card that's going to be valuable in this matchup. Burn Them All. It's a bit too slow in this aggro race. Can I still leak some damage there? It looks like he took 4, so now we still have a 12-point life lead, which is what we were at before. And Kevin gets to see if he can threaten something here. I'm sorry, is he just attacking with Breaking Point? I think he's just attacking with a Breaking Point for 5 and no other text. I mean, that's quite weak. Yeah, I think he's just going to take the 5. I mean, that's about the weakest turn Kevin could have thrown back at him. Then he's going to Arsenal. Surprised he didn't play that as Volai. I mean, he has enough Ash to start throwing 0-cost dragons out. So it's back to Bradley now. Full 4-card grip. And a 7-point life lead. Bradley has been drawing pretty gas all day. If you've been watching this full game, he had a really strong starting hand. And has basically not taken his foot off the gas since then. Let's find out how good this 4-card hand is. Feels like he's close to winning this one. With Kevin at 10 and a full 4-card grip, he should be able to get at least a few points of damage in there. Starting with the Take Flight. I think he charged a Banner of Salvation. Is that the one that gains life? It's either Salvation or Resilience, but I think it's Salvation gains the life and Resilience does something else. We charge the one that gains a life when it hits. Threatening this Take Flight again. Might have a fairly similar turn to what we just saw, but that was a good turn, so if he can do that again, that's totally fine. Gonna hand him a Dust Up. That will buff it, so now it's gonna be for 5. Now Kevin's currently taking 2, so he's going down to 8. I'm sure Bradley's happy to see him block with an attack action. That's just free value for him. Here we see Rating coming for 3. This is gonna certainly get Go Again from the hero ability on Bolton. Looks like he's going to read Bolton again, saying all my attacks. Blocking with the dragon, though, so no buff. Can activate Bolton to get that Go Again. Here's a Beaming Bravado. I believe it's for 4 because he charged the yellow card. Unless it has to charge the yellow card itself. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it might have just been for 3, so he's going to say no blocks. It doesn't have Go Again. He's going to Arsenal his last card. That was a fine turn. Wasn't a great turn. It was a fine turn. Ended up just dealing 2, though. Maybe not as much pressure as he wanted. So Kevin can come back now with his pretty strong dragon in the form of Chrome Eye. Okay, yeah, so Beaming Bravado did not get the buff there. Here we've got Chrome Eye, which is blocked for 3 with the Banner of Gallantry. Into a pretty strong Snatch, which is going to get blocked with another Banner of Gallantry, and I think the last block off of this Iron Song versus. And then a Dust Up. There's a lot of on-hits coming away from Kevin. Definitely going to make Bradley start giving him some equipment. He could totally give Tunic here, though. I doubt he's going to get to a 3rd counter. Seems highly unlikely. The real problem is not giving him Tunic. The problem is giving him your third card in hand. Bolton really needs to keep at least 2 cards to use charge ability. So it seems like he might just need to let it hit to be able to take any kind of actions on his turn. While he's thinking, I want to give a shout out to Game Force in Eindhoven here in the Netherlands. They're letting us stream this event. They're hosting the event. Frankly, they've done a great job. Thanks to everyone who's watching. Thanks to everyone who's supported and subscribed, liked, commented. All the players who have been nice enough to be on camera. It's been a really fun event. Looks like he took that one, and Kevin got his Ashwing. Now we're going to have a very slow turn from Bradley. It looks like he's just hitting the Chromite with Illuminate. It'll go to Soul when it hits, and then he's just going to pass with an Intellect penalty there. I mean, for Kevin, that's exactly what you want to come back in this game. And he has just a monster of a hand. I think I saw a Kyloria and a Mirror Guy and a Chromite and a Sigil. I mean, can you get much better than that? Suppose maybe a Kyloria thrown in there. Like they're fixing the life totals for us a little. I was a bit confused with Kevin at 8. I thought he had taken that Beaming Bravado, and now they fixed it. Bradley does just need one more good turn. So even though Kevin, got some of the tempo back here, he's going to be able to attack him with a pretty big dragon hand. At 5 is still a scary spot for him. He has quite a bit of equipment left. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Does he have quite a bit of equipment? I actually don't know if the crown is face up or not. But he's got a lot of options here. He's got a pretty big hand of many dragons. Starting with the Chromite. Attacking for 3. Go again, get the action point. I think Bradley might take everything this turn and then just kill him. Taking 3, going to 11. If he has a View of the Vanguard or a Lumina, he might just be able to kill this turn. We do know that Kevin has a Sigil. So a Sigil Solace will take him up to 8, make it a good bit harder here for Bradley to finish him off. Not exactly sure what they're discussing, but I think he's just telling him he has 2 action points. Looks like he's got a Kyloria and a Mirror Guy. For some reason, I did say he had that. I don't know why I thought he didn't have the Kyloria. His best line is probably playing the Kyloria and attacking with it by pitching the Mirror Guy and then gaining 3 life. Okay, attacking with the Ashwing. Gonna take 1. Let's see what he plays next. He's gonna play one of these 2 dragons, basically. He can only play one of them. He has to pick one to play. And then he can either arsenal the other card or play the other card. We did play the Kyloria, but we pitched the Sigil. So we're going to have a Mirror Guy to arsenal. The only suspicious part about this is he didn't gain the life, so Bradley has a pretty good chance to kill him here. I think playing the Sigil might have been the safer line, pitching the Mirror Guy. This way, Bradley can take this Kyloria, if he really wants to, and still kill Kevin. He could take the Kyloria and the Mirror Guy that's coming after it. Obviously, the Kyloria will take the Spirit of Irina, but it won't even draw a card, actually. So he's taking it. At this point, with 2 Luminas gone, taking the Spirit is actually a bit better for Bradley than letting him draw a card. And now we're really going to see if Bradley can finish him off. 5 life is what Kevin's at. Bradley's got the full grip. And we're going to see if he can kill him. Starting with the View of the Vanguard. Okay, so that's a big way to start it. He's also got a Beacon of Victory in hand and a Lumina. I mean, he's spoiled for choices this turn. He's going to pitch the Lumina and charge the Beacon. I mean, he's got every one of his power cards. And we're coming in with that View of the Vanguard. He's got +1, coming in for 4. going to block with the Yenderai there. Now we're attacking with the Raiden for 4. Right at Kevin's face. I mean, he's going to try to kill him this turn. I don't think he's going to be attacking the dragons this turn. He let too many get developed with the Kylori, the Chromite, and the Ashwing. But with Kevin at 4, I think his game plan is just to kill him, which he has maybe good odds of doing. Every attack that Kevin has to block with, too, is just free damage for Bradley. He's obviously going to try to block with the dragons first, but... Oh, and here we see a Rake the Embers, a 2-block that Kevin really did not want to see in this hand. Here we've got a Courage. I mean, if this goes through, Brad, he's dead. Okay, and we've got... It looks like a second Sigil, which is going to counteract that Courageous Steel Hand. And now we've got a Valiant Thrust. That's got to be game. With Kevin at 2 and Bradley attacking for 8 with only 1 card left in Kevin's hand. Yeah, that's game right there. Boltyn takes it. Wow, and Bradley is the national champion of the Netherlands on Boltyn, beating 3 Dromais in a row to take it down. I mean, what an incredible performance from Bradley. Congrats to Bradley Wayburn. Congrats to all of our top 8 people, everyone who played. Congrats to Kevin as well. But man, it's beautiful to see Boltyn take down 3 Dromais in a row to win that event. Does seem like maybe this, yeah. So, but that was a great event. I really cannot believe Boltyn took that down. He was the only Boltyn at that event. Just to show you guys a peek again, if you haven't seen it, he's that little sliver of Boltyn up there. The little sliver of Boltyn is him into a field of 20 Dromais, and he took down 3 in a row in the top 8. The amazing thing is that he told me it's a bad matchup. Before this event, before top 8, he had lost to 2 Dromais in Swiss out of those 6 Swiss games. So he obviously learned and adapted throughout the event, because he lost to 2 Dromais in Swiss and then beat 3 in a row to win the top 8. Absolutely amazing performance from Bradley Wayburn. Great performance from everyone, though. Congrats on the win. If you didn't see earlier, the top 4 also opened all of their gold foils on camera, and Bradley opened a gold foil Ironsong Versus. So he's really meant to be here, I'll tell you that. But congrats to all the players. Beautiful event. I really enjoyed it. Go check out the VODs if you haven't already watched them. We actually had Bradley as our second round at the very beginning of yesterday. Did not expect the one Boltyn that beat a Reinar on round 2 to take it all the way here, but that he did, and amazing event all around. As we close out here, I want to shout out Gameforce again for letting us do this. They're hosting the event. They've done a great job. Thank you to everyone who loaned equipment. A lot of people gave equipment for this, and yeah, just a great event for everyone.